What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another crazy Friday night here on Logical, Plausible, Probable. We got after show action. We got double action. We got stuff coming up from TJUMP and Arden. We've got Matt Slick versus Dr. Ron Garret. And then we're going to have some pretty epic call out of the one, the only wannabe Professor Dave. This guy has opened up a can of proverbial whoop-ass, and it's going to be dealt to himself, because I just can't get over the level of extreme vitriol that was leveraged by wannabe Dave in his attack, dual attack. Actually, he's now up to triple attack on Dr. James' tour, and I really wonder if this idiot ran his scripts past an attorney before engaging in what can be clearly determined as slander with malice. I mean, the level of malice, the dripping condescension, anger, vitriol that was directed by wannabe Dave towards Dr. Tour was quite astounding. And it's going to be even more astounding to you, because here in a moment, I'm going to be showcasing a incredible... this is a backtrack. For those of you who don't know, I had the opportunity to engage with Dr. Tour, and 2 weeks ago, we recorded his official after series interview. It's about 6 hours of content, like a formal interview section, and then he and I went through, and he was answering questions from the series, thanking people, and addressing questions and comments, concerns from a variety of folks about it. And it was very interesting interaction that we had. And in that interaction, a question I asked him resulted in a response that I didn't really expect. And actually, I did expect it after getting to know him better, because his generosity is amazing. But the fact that he put forth what you will see here in a few moments on the table to somebody who had viciously attacked him last year, and then even more viciously doubled and tripled down on it this week, it was quite astounding, and really showed the openness of Dr. Tour's heart, his love for his fellow humans, and his intent to both share the gospel and his knowledge of science with the rest of us. So, all that being said, before I play that, I am unfortunately not as nice as Dr. Tour. So, decided to have a little bit of fun with the one and only wannabe Dave. And since he tries to use Dr. Tour's words against him, I figured what's good for the freaking goose is good for the gander. So let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun with wannabe Professor Dave, and let's just use his own words against him. Here we go.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the...
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. Professor Dave, it's just a little name.
I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, did work in, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. But I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
but through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, are you a real professor? I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week. And I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue in cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, Professor Dave. It's just, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue in cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, a little name.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just a little bit of fun and frivolity with the one and only wannabe Professor Dave. And I'm here in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. I will be making this video public. I do request that people, A, comment, B, like, C, make sure to share everywhere on all of your social media platforms. Let's make sure that the good old wannabe Dave gets, called out for his clown show. He proceeded to call Dr. Tour fraud and all sorts of other statements, both in public and private communication. And but I'm gonna take this before we get into ongoing discussion and really open this up to everybody. We already got some folks in the stream. I'm actually going to now play another video, which really kind of puts the stark dichotomy between a very generous Dr. James Tour and the pathetic wannabe Dave. And this is what I was referring to a few minutes ago in terms of something that came out of Dr. Tour and I's interview conversation. And here we go with the offer that Dr. Tour was making. Actually, he still stands by the way, in spite of what happened this week with these videos and the vitriol. Dr. Tour still stands by what you, ladies and gentlemen, are about to hear directly from the good doctor. So here we go. Now, Dr. Tour, I've had a lot of people reach out to me asking if you would be willing to have, a debate or a live stream, formal interaction with Dave Farina after all of the controversy that's come up and, how he kind of like catalyzed your Abiogenesis lecture series. What do you say to that? Would you be interested in having a one-on-one conversation with him if he was willing to do so?
Oh, I would love that. I mean, he seems like a fine young man. I'd love to get together with him. We'll have a live stream, so nobody's going to edit that. And I mean, we could do it many different ways. If he doesn't want to travel, he could sit where he is. I could sit where I am, and we'll have just a discussion. It doesn't even have to be a debate if he doesn't want. Just a discussion about these topics. I mean, we can go through each slide on his video and discuss that, or each slide on my video and discuss that, or however he wants to work it. I'd love to do it, but I got something even better. We can do something here at the university. I'll get a lecture hall, and he and I can be in there. We can be distanced. We can be 12 feet apart. We'll each have a podium. We'll have a film crew there. We can do it like that. We can have some people in the audience that are dispersed in the audience. I will pay. I will pay to have him fly to Houston. I'll buy his ticket to Houston, and I'll put him up either at a hotel, or if he wants, he can stay in my home. We have a guest room. He can have dinner with me and my wife and my family, and tell us all about himself, and we can discuss origin of life or any other topic as he'd like. I'll be glad to do that. If he wants to have me fly to his city, I'll pay to fly to his city, and I'll pay to stay in a hotel there and do it in his city. So absolutely, let's do that. That's I'd be glad to do it.
Wow, folks. So you just heard it from Dr. James Tour. He is offering to either pay for Dave Farina to fly to Houston. He will handle all the scheduling, set up a debate in one of the lecture halls there, hire a film crew to come and put it all together. Or if Dave doesn't want to fly to Houston, Dr. Tour will go to him. I think he's out in LA. Will fly out there, put himself up, and have a conversation there. Or if he doesn't want to do any of that, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Tour, you're saying you'd be more than willing to just do a live stream if he wanted to go that route versus a face-to-face interaction. Is that a kind of fair summation of what you're offering to Dave Farina?
Absolutely. And with those film crews, we could live stream that as well if he's worried about anybody doing any selective editing. So we could live stream any one of those venues just to make sure that there's no selective editing. And I'd be glad to do that with Dave. I mean, like I said, he seems like a fine young man. He's trying to teach the masses. Let's get any science corrected that needs to be corrected. Let's do it.
That's awesome. Well, folks, you just heard the words directly from Dr. Tour's mouth. So let's see what happens, and I'll keep you up to date on whether or not Professor Dave will accept the offer from Dr. Tour. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was rather generous of Dr. Tour. And like I said, I reached out. He's on vacation right now, but I reached out to him. And in spite of all the stuff that's happened, the offer still stands for Wannabe Dave. Of course, Dr. Tour is calling that, but those are my words for him. But yeah, so I thought it was kind of interesting. But welcome to the after show panel discussion. Let's dive into things. How is everybody doing tonight? Tangelo was first backstage. How are you doing, my friend?
Yes, hello everyone. Hello, John. Fine, thanks. Well, that was a great exposure of Professor Dave. And I think that Professor Dave is more looking for a fight rather than having an honest, open discussion about these topics and willing to be corrected. He had many opportunities. I don't know if you saw my reply, which I did in regards of his last video. And I mean, even at the first stream that he made, his mistakes were so obvious, and he wasn't willing actually to acknowledge anything. He was at Aaron Ross' channel, and there I asked him in the side chat several times if he would be willing to have that kind of direct conversation with Dr. Tour. And they didn't permit actually to ask that to Professor Dave. And then after that, they said, they confessed that they didn't accept that question because the show wasn't about that. And I don't think, I mean, I would be very surprised if he would accept that offer. But to be honest, I mean, Dr. Tour gave him actually even an opportunity by calling him Dunning-Kruger, so he could actually reply and calling Dr. Tour as well as Dunning-Kruger. And I mean, I don't know. I don't think that he will actually recognize his scientific errors. But the positive thing, I think, is that he is giving actually us, Dr. Tour, you, and all of us who are proponents of creationism and intelligent design, to actually answer to these mistakes and bring the controversy out, and so people can actually think about these issues. And when they don't understand a term or an argument, then people can Google, look it up, and educate themselves. So I think that the process of debate and having this opportunity is very positive.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity that can come from all this, and I actually think that, and I've reached out to several PhD synthetic and organic and biochemists, and everybody I've spoken with so far has all expressed very similar, that they've taken the time to go and start watching the videos. They've all expressed the exact same. Let's just say I've gotten a few rather strongly worded responses from a few. I'm just like, what are we watching right now? Of just the amazing meltdown that's happening, these things. But the irony is that Wannabe Dave is like, he thinks he's 100% right. It's amazing.
Yeah,
really,
I think
really is fascinating.
I think Dr. Tour described him very well. He is very well. He's as if he's very convinced about what he is saying, but the way that he says things doesn't say anything in regards of the content, and in regards of the assertions that he makes, and in regards of the science, and if it is good science that he is proposing or not. These are different worlds, actually. And I think that his science, it sounds very sciencey, it sounds very educated, but his arguments are awfully bad. One of the lowest points in his recent video was when he claimed that information is physical and doesn't require intelligence. Wow.
Yeah, of course they all go into that. And sidebar, folks, I will be very soon, I will be unveiling a very interesting presentation that I came across, specifically in regards to the mathematical probabilities and how functional information is calculated. And obviously there's papers on that, multiple papers on that, but this goes a step further in relation to the possibilities for quote unquote nature generated functional bits or fits, and then getting into the universal proteins and the number of functional bits necessary for the universal proteins. And
this is a very, very interesting topic. And if you read Stephen Meyer's signature in the Cell, chapter 10, he says that the maximal possibility of shuffling during the entire history of the universe, if we take it for 13.7 billion years, then the universe hasn't more possibilities than 10 to the 139th power of possibilities of shuffling. And that is actually already exhausted. If you want to have a string of 100 amino acids and have it in the right sequence, then the odds are already 10 to the 130th power. And we need to have a minimal cell, about 1,350 proteins in regards of Pelagibacter, which is the smallest known living organism today. And there you have an average of about 300 amino acids and 1,350 proteins. And that gives you a probability of 10 to the 722,000th of power, which means it is absolutely impossible to have even the smallest living bacteria today by random chance.
Yeah, it definitely starts to get interesting. All right, up next we've got Grim. How are you doing, my friend? What are your thoughts on the madness of Wannabe Dave? And then obviously we all need to start weighing in on the, assuming you were there, weigh in on the Matt Slick versus Ron Garret debate as well.
Yeah, I was there for the last half of that debate, but yeah, it's astounding how blind Professor Dave is to his own lack of understanding. Dunning-Kruger indeed. Wow, prime example. And he won't give up. It's incredible.
Well, one of the things I found extraordinarily fascinating, and I don't know, I know Sigard is in the side chat. I don't know if he saw. So I don't know if you saw this portion of the second video, but Wannabe Dave goes absolutely. I've never seen anybody go so far. If he was a poker player, he is the donkey who doesn't realize he doesn't have a hand, and yet pushes all in, and it's really amazing. Like, he continues to double down on this whole premise, not to mix my my gambling games there, we just the whole, it's not that hard to create complex molecules and biological molecules of just like we have a machine that does that. And it's like, it's not that hard because we can create a machine that can create them. And it's like, dude, did you miss the episode where Dr. Tour broke down why what the machine does is so ridiculously complicated? And because it's so complicated that the reason we're able to do it is because a human trying to do it, I mean, we could, but it would be extremely tedious and very, very, very difficult. And things have to be so precise in order to perform the synthesis of these different, components.
Well, John, you're completely wrong. You're completely wrong. This machine was existed on prebiotic Earth.
True. But here's the other thing that really just blew my mind when he did this. So one of the things that Dr. Tour made us, very stark point about was they're using enzymes, right? And different biological components. The moron admits this. He admits that they're using enzymes to pull off like different stages of this stuff with the machine that he's claiming makes it super easy, while denying that A, Dr. Tour had pointed this out, and B, claiming that Dr. Tour was like overblowing this whole using, enzymes and different things. Like, dude, you literally just admitted what you've just claimed was no big deal. But you just admitted that it's necessary to pull off what you're claiming is no big deal. I mean, my mind was blown when I was listening. I'm like, did I just hear this? Did I hear these words come from this guy's mouth in a very fast manner, in a very hyper confident tone of voice, and like, oh, this is proven beyond all doubt. In your mind, yes, in your own mind, it is proven beyond all doubt. It's amazing.
I mean, John, we need opponents which have at least a minimal IQ, and it is not fun anymore at that level. If you have that kind of stupidity.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I don't think that Wannabe Dave is actually dumb. I think he is an angry little man and is angry at God for making him be an angry man. And anyway. Okay, so before we move on to the next person, so TJUMP just asked me, have you watched Dave's new response vid? I'm assuming you're referring to the 2 that came out this week. Yes, that's what we're talking about, TJUMP. If there's something else that's just come out like in the last couple hours, please let me know. I'll take a look at it. And
I've not seen the second one, which came out
today. I watched the second one earlier. I started watching it 9 minutes after it came out this morning, and it was just I kept expecting there to be a dramatically greater, high level arguments and evidence coming out of his mouth, and it was not. It was the dumpster fire got worse. It was amazing. And we just got Garret has just joined us. Hello, Dr. Garret. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Do you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through loud and clear, sir.
So I watched the first video that Dave made, and I watched parts of the second. I couldn't really spend that much time, but what really bothered me about it were 2 different things. First, his incredibly, literally incredible, not believable tone of attack that he used against Jim Tour. I just found that outrageous, and that was the first clue that he's not a professor, he's not a scientist, he's not a, has no credentials, because we just don't talk to each other that way. That's never done. Even if we hate each other, we don't use that kind of language that he used. The second thing was that what really bothered me was that his treatment of the science, although it sounded to a layperson very, very good because he was quoting articles and he was reading passages of articles, it was completely distorted. And John, I completely agree with what you just said. It's not that he's dumb, but he's very dishonest. And that came through in his arguments very strongly. He talked about autocatalysis. I mean, it's too much to go into on the autocatalysis. He actually said this is how life began, through autocatalysis. That idea was, 30 years ago was first presented. None of the abiogenesis, and there are a couple of people on the chat here who I know who are working on it. None of the modern top scientists working on abiogenesis are talking anything about autocatalysis anymore. That's long gone. I mean, they're getting into much more sophisticated things than that. So I don't, it was in a way pathetic, and I'm, not. I don't even know what to say about it past that. It was really a terrible video, and I don't know who would find it convincing, but it's really awful.
So, Sai, what are they going in today?
Well, what people are studying now is or trying to find handles on are the specific mechanisms by which the macromolecules that are in life, like RNA or the systems, because remember, life is not simply the materials of life. Now, Jim talks about, the building blocks because he's a chemist. I'm a biochemist. So what I'm interested in is not so much the building blocks, but the systems, the methodology. How did the genetic code begin? How did protein synthesis, that incredibly elaborate process, which involves the use of the genetic code, how did that start? If RNA came first, how does RNA replicate itself? That's an extremely difficult question to answer. So that's what people are looking at, and that's very deep. They're doing laboratory work, they're doing theoretical work. This idea of autocatalysis was a dream that people had. Oh, look at that! There are autocatalytic sets, so you can have chemicals which make each other and make themselves, and on and on. Hey, maybe that's how life started. Yeah, but it's not. So let's move on. And if you look at the main labs that are working in abiogenesis, Sutherland and Joyce and Sostak, they're beyond that. They're trying to find out what actually happened, and they're not. Jim is right. They're not making a lot of progress. I mean, this is really, really hard stuff, and it is chemistry, but it's also chemistry going into biochemistry. And Dave not only knows nothing about chemistry, he knows absolutely less than that about biochemistry. So it was frustrating to watch that video.
Well, I agree that the question about how you go from a bunch of basic building blocks to the complexity of a modern cell is a huge gap, which I have never seen any abiogenesis paper even addressing how that huge gap could be overcome. That is an absolutely open question.
It's not one gap; it's a series of gaps. And
many, yes.
Yeah, so you can have all the molecules that you want. You probably can't have them, but even if you could, you still have to figure out how they start working together. I mean, the idea is one of the things he said that actually blew my mind was he said there's no difference between abiogenesis and evolution, that it's the same process. And that's simply false. I mean, nobody believes that. If you
Well,
ask
Dimitri
any,
does.
what's
Dimitri
that?
does. You had a conversation at my channel with Dimitri Kunev, and he believes that we can use the concept of evolution in abiogenesis.
Oh, wait. Yes, I know exactly what Demeter believes. In fact, I'm working with him, but but he doesn't think that. He's looking for ways that there could be a kind of evolution that would lead to the origin of, one of these systems. But he knows it's not Darwinian biological evolution, because you've got to have these systems in place before you get Darwinian evolution. So that's the idea of saying you can have evolution before life. That's just stupidity. It's just so wrong. There is no evolution outside of life.
Well, we hear that ad nauseum of, oh, there must be natural selection accounts for this. Oh, natural selection is what enables this to occur. And it's like, what selection? What selection?
It's a purely biological phenomenon. And Richard Dawkins would agree with me. I mean, any scientist agrees with me. I mean, natural selection is is part of evolution, and you need to have accurate inheritance. You need to have all the mechanisms of the genetic code. You need to have protein synthesis. You need to have all of that in place before you can have anything that looks like evolution. Before you have that, all you can have is chemical evolution, which depends on hydrolysis rates and stability and things like that. And that's a struggle to figure out how you go from one to the other. But this Dave guy, just sort of has a two-sided arrow and says, oh, well, it's all the same, and you could get evolution first. I mean, that just drove me crazy. I was yelling at the screen watching that.
So something like, if you'd make it all the way to the end of the second one,
I'm not gonna.
I was joking with Cy earlier, folks. I told him, I said, hey, have you seen these videos? And he's like, no. I said, well, if you watch them, make sure you have heart medicine handy, because I knew you would probably get a little bit worked up on some of this stuff. Well,
I got worked up. I did indeed.
I'll put it this way: at the end, so guess what, Si? We now know how to create RNA. How RNA was formed. We know this beyond all doubt. It's proven. It's been proven. And we know how to, and we know how self-replicating all that happened. And there was 3 or 4 other things that he just was like, oh yeah, that's already been proven. And he quotes a paper, and it's like RNA-like substance, or something like that. But they actually weren't. But the one that really got me more than anything, I think this was in the first video, when he was going on and on about homochirality problem being solved.
Oh my God! Yeah.
And so here's something that's very interesting about that. You may
even then, Cardinale claims that there are 4 different ways how you can solve that problem. It staggers me that claim that.
Hang on, Angela. So, Dr. Garret, the 2 papers from Donna Blackman that he quotes from, right? The 2007, the 2011 paper, right? He apparently is unaware of the fact that she has a December 2019 paper on the same topic, in which she states that they have still not found a prebiotically plausible answer to homochirality. And I'm like, buddy, you're quoting a 07 and 2011 paper that don't say they figured it out. Like, oh, there's possibilities and all this kind of stuff. And then the same author that you're quoting a year and a half ago says they still haven't found a solution to it. But that one just blew me away. I mean, is there anything I'm unaware of in terms of the homochirality problem being like officially solved?
No. What Dave does in this case and in many other cases is he confuses very good scientific papers which say, in effect, this is a plausible, possible route that might lead to X, for example, homochirality or anything else. And he confuses that with the paper saying, we have the root that leads to X. And in fact, he does that with everything. He does that with there was something with RNA where he did the same thing. Replication of RNA by 2 RNA strands, each one replicating the other. All of this work is very nice, and it's all speculative. It has to be, because that's the nature of the field. The field is, as Jim always says, the field is not done. It's just barely beginning. It's a very difficult field of research. So what people do is they can get papers published that say, gee, maybe it's possible that X led to Y, which led to Z. And that's worth publishing, because, there's so little known. There's even a very few ideas. So that's worth publishing. But that doesn't say that X led to Y, led to Z. That's saying this is a possibility. Let's explore it. And that's exactly what Blackstone did in those papers, is doing. And what she said in the 2019 paper is, well, so far we don't have the answer yet. Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's true in every single one of these areas of abiogenesis, which is still a gap. We don't have the answers. We're still coming up with guesses of what might have happened. And that's worth doing. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, and by the way, Jim agrees. If you listen carefully to what Jim Tour says, he says, I would be thrilled if somebody could figure out how abiogenesis happened. But we're nowhere near there. We don't even know how it could have happened. And that's absolutely correct.
We are not even near to explain how RNA could have formed prebiotic. Basically, all the basic building blocks. There is and I think, right. And Craig Venter, he brought it straight to the point. He said that the big problem is natural selection, which was not there yet.
Exactly.
And if you don't have natural selection, how do you select the materials which compose RNA? How do you select 20 amino acids amongst hundreds which supposedly were extant prebiotically? How do you select phospholipids and join them together? There is no mechanism. And why should nature do that?
Yeah, it gets to be... all this stuff gets to be very entertaining in good ways and very disturbing in bad ways, in my opinion. I mean, the level to which this is also one of the points that Dr. Tour made in his series, is that the layperson is being not necessarily sold a bill of goods, but the media hype and everything about these things being solved. I mean, how often, and I know Dr. Garret, I know you have, I know everybody else on the panel, we've all met with and had interactions with folks who are like, oh, no, they've already solved that. That's already solved.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. It 100% is. Yes, it is. And the level of adamant confidence that a lot of these folks have that it's already been solved is kind of it's rather disturbing, in my opinion, when you think about it from the false sense of understanding, I guess, about the underlying necessities and substance of the answers in relation to our very existence being so maybe not intentionally fraudulent on one side of the equation, but being presented in a very glossed over manner on the other side, which is leading to that, because as we all know, the vast majority of people, A, have no interest in really going and researching this stuff. B, if they do, they might not have the understanding. And C, even if they start to look, they'll probably get bored or get distracted and go on to something else and not actually get down into the nitty-gritties of understanding some of these significant underlying necessities that we're talking about right now. Like, hey, look, you actually have to have RNA. Like, you can't just have something that's kind of, sort of, could be kind of like, at some point you have to have it. Right? Same thing with DNA and the proteins and the transcription factor. Like, at some point you have to have these things. Like, right. Okay, fine. You want to claim they don't have to have them all at the same time. Fair enough. But at some point you do have to have all of them. So you're not getting around the fact that they all must exist at the same time in the same place.
Right.
And that's just a fundamental component. But before we keep going, Godzilla Freak was up next. What's up, my friend? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Oh, hello. I saw part 1 of Dave's, new response. I haven't seen part 2 yet because it's really long. But yeah, like just the first part, there was so much nonsense in that. And I find it very interesting that he's so confident when he's making all his points. Even though when you sort of step back and just listen to it, it doesn't actually, work. See, I don't have too much to add, but...
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to have some fun, you put it on 2x speed, and it actually increases his level of confidence. It's pretty funny, actually.
Oh, okay. I think I'll just skip everything he says, though, and go to, because I know he brought some origin of life researchers onto his channel to discuss it, right?
Well, so he had a synthetic chemist, then he had, I guess he's also a synthetic chemist, but the first guy's not an OOL researcher, he's just a synthetic chemist. Then he had Lee Cronin, Dr. Garret, Cronin's a organic synthetic chemist, right?
I was listening to the part with Cronin in the first video. And Cronin says, oh yeah, this is the first time we found something without RNAs and proteins that could do this autocatalysis. And then later in the video, Dave just tries to use autocatalysis to explain everything. It's really funny.
Yeah, it's weird.
He jumps from we have one example to this solves every problem in abiogenesis.
Well, sure. I'll tell you the one that really surprised me more than anything was Dr. Stephen Benin. He's a origin of life synthetic chemist, and he claimed that Dr. Tor basically couldn't do analysis or review of origin of life research. We're just ignorant of it.
I was surprised. I've not seen, I don't know if he says that in the second video, but when I saw him amongst Lee Cronin, I was surprised because I have great respect for Steve Benner, especially for his science paper from 2012, where he is very honest, admitting that molecules, they devolve rather than complexify. This is an argument which I constantly use to demonstrate why abiogenesis is not possible. So Steve Benner, I was expecting that he would actually agree with James Tour and not being on the opposite side.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting listening to him talk. He was he was pretty aggressive in his language towards Dr. Tour. It was just pretty harsh. I was surprised. And he claimed, at least it made out to be that he had watched, he's like, well, I had 10 hours of Tour's video, acting like he watched it. And I would say I was rather curious about that. So I understand where Cronin, why Cronin's all butthurt, because here's the thing with Cronin that blows me away. That guy isn't even trying to research carbon-based life. He is actively trying to figure out life in some other substance, like a silicone or whatever else, right?
Molybdenum. It's molybdenum.
Is that what he's after now? Okay. It's so if you got this figured out, why did you give up on researching the one that's in front of you?
I was
if it's so straight. Quick sidebar. Here's the irony, though. He actually, so everybody knows, I love Tony Murray's. He's hilarious. So in one of Tony's, Tony goes around and triggers Cronin on a regular basis. It's pretty funny. But in one of their, I think it was on one of their Twitter interactions, Tony got Cronin to admit that he wanted to play God. And that was one of the reasons he was going after other foundationals for life, like his artificial life and stuff. And I'm like, wow, there's no ego at play here at all.
I mean, I was staggered by what Lee Cronin said in Dave's stream. I can quote him here. And basically, all I was saying is that very basic chemistry introduces the concept of molecules and reactions and complexity. And with those ideas together and some time, you are able to get to evolution. Wow. So you just need a little bit of time, a few molecules, a few reactions, and a little bit complexity, and voila. Then sometimes later we have life.
Yeah, it's really getting, I don't know. I'll tell you, if you guys just haven't seen the second one, just wait till you get to the part where Lee Cronin accuses Dr. Tour of being nefarious. I was rather surprised. I mean, you could tell like that Cronin was a little worked up, and I think he feels personally offended. But and he also obviously is not yet recovered from their debate on Unbelievable. He's obviously still worked up by that one. But
that's correct.
But
did
I
they
was
ever
really
mention that Cronin debated Dr. Tor, or do they just like gloss over that?
Oh no, he talks about it. He claimed that Dr. Tor misrepresented him in the debate, the Unbelievable debate, which I thought was interesting.
Really?
Yeah, but then he accused Dr. Tor of being nefarious. Lee Cronin accused Dr. Tor of being nefarious. That's exactly, and I'm saying quote nefarious. It was
John. I think Dr. Tour is doing great with that series, but I think that he called Professor Dave as Dunning-Kruger, and then he invites him to go to his home and to have this friendly conversation and so forth. I mean, he just gave Professor Dave what he needed to make his ranks and to lower the level. And I think it is very important that we at our sides, that we focus not on name calling, but just providing the science. And then if they want to name call us, hey, it's up to them. But when we have the science on our sides, we have everything we actually want and need.
Amen. You're right, Otangelo. Thank you.
That's very true. Very true. Okay, so Jungle Jargon, what's up, man? Are you still? I know you're on the stream, but are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I got a better connection now, so I should be okay.
All right. You got anything you want to add, and then we'll have Nephilim Free up next.
Yeah, I watched the first video a little bit, and it was a bunch of nonsense, and I had better things to do. Then I watched the second video, and I had to mow the lawn, and he was talking about. He started talking about definitions and words, and oh, maybe you can get this molecule or something. And I just went and mowed the lawn. I got the whole lawn mowed, so I'm good.
Oh, nice one, Jungle. Nice one. Nephilim Free, what's going on, my friend? How are you? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Hey, John. Oh, I just thought, Ron did the same thing he always does, is, nuh-uh, that can't be true. Nuh-uh. Which is, basically what we hear from so many atheists, I disagree severely with Matt theologically on some things. I don't want to go into that, but and I've had a little back and forth with it, but he did well, and this idea that an atheist has a solid argument, with their philosophical materialism against it. Here's one of the greatest things. The atheist will believe that Plutarch or somebody else wrote true stuff, and they'll say, oh, that's true, based on the skinniest little evidence, right? Historical writings, evidence. But then when it comes to the outrageous plethora of highly intellectual discourses, explained in the New Testament, the testimonies of the apostles about Jesus Christ. Oh, that we can't believe that. No, that's just no. It demonstrates something. It's just so obvious, and that's where we're at. Atheism is not logical. It's not rational. It's not intellectual. It's an emotional position, and Matt was right for bringing that up, pointing it out. He clobbered him. That's all I really have to say about that. Clobbered him.
Well, I would have to agree with that. It was a meltdown. About an hour, just under an hour in, I was like, I was like, okay, this one's OV. He just lost. It was brutal. Real quick before we give, and I know Ogre was wanting to talk about the debate here. I'll pull him up next here in just a second. But before we do that, before I forget about this, I think this is the section from the Wannabe Dave video. I think this is the portion where Lee Cronin calls him nefarious. Let's see. I think this is but actually, whatever the other things he says before leading up to that are pretty interesting as well.
That give rise to biology, and those principles are alive and kicking, and he's ignoring them. He is ignoring complexity, he's ignoring reactivity, he's ignoring selection. In fact, the number one thing he's ignoring is selection. James is a designer, so he has to himself, when he designs chemistry, designs the molecules himself. He is the creator. What James doesn't understand is that molecules can create themselves by selection. I think that it's very difficult for me to understand whether he misunderstands the term or whether he's just deliberately trying to mislead because it doesn't generate the correct narrative. And I guess maybe it's a little bit of both. He's suffering from kind of cognitive disconnect because he believes that his view is so correct. But it seems rather contradictory because he uses catalysis in his laboratory to make molecules all the time, to make molecules that you could not make in a billion years without that catalyst. Yet when that's the catalyst, he gets his molecule and he's able to accept that. So for me, his understanding of catalysis seems to be selective use of science and non-science when he then disses it in the next. So I think there's something rather nefarious in his statements. I don't think it's because he's being stupid. I think it's because he's being selective and he is misquoting information so that people can go into literature and see something and then make a connection without fully understanding it, come to the conclusion that James wants to do.
In addition to Lee, I was able to speak with...
What did you guys think about that? Dr. Garret, let you go first.
Well, I think that everything he says is true, but it doesn't apply to Jim. It applies to himself. He's misusing the notion of selection, and he's misusing the notion of catalysis, because the whole point of catalysis in biology is that it's done by enzymes, which are thousands of times more efficient and more specific than any catalyst that's artificial, including molybdenum and everything else that Cronin uses. So, he's got everything just absolutely turned upside down, because what he has to do is explain how his artificial catalysis using these metals can lead to anything that's anywhere close to what you get in life, where you have enzymes that catalyze a complex reaction in a thousandth of a second, and that's what you need to have life, versus the best metal like that you use in a catalytic converter, which can take several minutes to do a reaction, and that's far too long. So Cronin's making a good point, but he's actually arguing against himself, not against Jim.
And there are enzymes which are required to make DNA and RNA, and they speed up the reaction. 71 is the second fastest enzyme known, and it speeds up the reaction from what would take 78 million years without enzymes. It takes a split of a second with this enzyme. So if you didn't have that, do you wait 78 million years to have RNA and DNA?
Well, yeah, that's one of the enzymes in I forgot. It's a synthesis of one of the one of the ribonucleotides I think you're talking
I
about.
think it is in the pathway either to make pyrimidines or purines. One of
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it's incredibly efficient. But even an ordinary run-of-the-mill enzyme is just, stupendous in terms of its activity compared to anything else. So, and selection. He's talking about that Jim ignores selection. He's not understanding that when you're talking about selection in prebiotic material, you're not talking about the same kind of selection that you have in life. There's no natural selection. There's chemical selection, there's hydrolysis, there's all this chemical stuff, but you don't have inheritance. You're not passing down a trait that is required for life to survive.
But
So
evolutionists believe that chemical selection actually exists, but it doesn't. Just because two chemicals happen to interact in a cell doesn't mean that there's a process that moves it forward so that process, oh, look, this worked. Now let's record this so that we can make sure that it happens always. There is no such process. So
I actually agree with you.
Natural selection doesn't work at the level of chemistry.
That's my point. Exactly right.
It happens
That's exactly
at the
right.
organismal level.
Exactly
it
correct.
Cannot happen, and this means that abiogenesis doesn't have a natural selection working for it. It doesn't. There is no such thing as natural selection because at the chemical level, that would mean there had to be a process that remembered that this worked, and then make it happen always again. Record that somewhere, and that doesn't exist biologically.
Now think about that. Now think about that. Just to have the nucleobases like pyrimidines, you have several enzymatic steps, and I was just talking about OMP decarboxylase. That is that enzyme.
Right, that's the one, right?
Fast up. I can quote here. It is known for being an extraordinarily efficient catalyst capable of accelerating the uncatalyzed reaction rate by an impressive factor of 10 to the 17th power. And you need that to have the nucleobases. So you need these enzymes to actually have RNA and DNA. And I mean, you need DNA to make these enzymes, but you need these enzymes to make RNA and DNA. That's a classical chicken and egg problem.
It's all interdependent. Tony Pawson, University of Toronto, once said, he was part of the Human Genome Project. They were studying the p53 protein in the human being cells. And they drew dialogue boxes and lines between them, trying to mark out all of the interactions of this one protein, of the alleged around 200,000 or more proteins that exist in our cells. And they were trying to map all the interactions of this one protein, just one, right? And they drew lines going to a box over here and say this one interacts with those 20, but those 20 come back to this one, and that 5 interacts with these, and this one interacts with the p53 again. And then this one, the p53 is active in this part of the DNA, not just that one, but this one too, and that interacts with those. And they said, Tony Pawson said, we basically, what he says, I'm misquoting him, but basically what he said was, we threw up our hands and gave up. We just gave up. He said this, I quote him directly, it's infinitely complex. End quote.
Yeah, I work with p53, and it is one of the central proteins, but not the only one. There are many like it, but it's one of the central proteins in life. And you're right. Its complexity is beyond comprehension.
It interacts with such an enormous, an enormous number of proteins and enzymes and loci on the DNA that it just it's unfathomable how those interdependencies could all form because of natural chemistry. It's not rational to believe that.
And one of the things
here, P5053 plays a role in regulation of progression through the cell cycle, apoptosis, and genomic stability by means of several mechanisms.
Yeah. And it also it was first discovered because it's what's called an anti-oncogene. It's a tumor suppressor gene. So it's very important in cancer research. That's how I was studying it.
And so you got to ask yourself, how does a hierarchy?
Neff, hang on just 1 second.
Yeah.
So while we've got Dr. Garret, I'm really attempting to trigger him. Okay. So while I've got him, and I know he hasn't watched the second video yet, so I want to force him to watch this next portion because it's when I was listening to this, I think I'm in the right spot. I was blowing a gasket, so I can only imagine how much actual chemist gaskets must be blown while watching this.
Here, and not the random synthetic targets he focuses
You
on
know,
throughout
I've
the series
debated
that are
him.
totally irrelevant to prebiotic chemistry. He goes even further, launching into a diatribe about how laboratory peptide and nucleic acid syntheses are so overwhelmingly complex.
That's how these syntheses are done. This is not easy. Just because you have a machine to do it, it's not easy. The machine has to do a lot of things that's based on chemistry that people have programmed into it and put into it.
Quite clearly, he is missing the point. When I said it is easy to get peptides and nucleic acids, this is true. Again, we have machines that make them for us. That doesn't mean the technology isn't amazing. It means it has become a routine and trivial exercise for specialists in a well-equipped lab. Is it easy to fly from Los Angeles to New York? Yes. You buy a ticket on your phone, go to the airport, sit in a chair doing nothing, and 6 hours later, you're there. Easy.
Wow.
Does that mean that airplanes and associated technologies are not incredible? No. The same goes for peptide synthesis. You go up to the machine, load the cartridges of amino acids, make sure the solvent cans are full, dial in the sequence.
Everybody be quiet, it gets greater.
The next day, you cleave the peptide from the resin, shoot it through an HPLC for purification, and by lunch, you have your pure peptide. Minutes of effort and a routine operation. We make certain peptide drugs and oligonucleotide drugs by the kilo this way. We are producing billions of doses of COVID vaccines, which have synthetic mRNA in them. It's no problem. So given that he now must pretend he meant that we are clueless in a prebiotic context, which is also false, what does he resort to?
The reason you can make polypeptides, the reason you can hook amino acids together is because you buy the amino acids from a company that has isolated them from a natural source through the digestion of proteins. And through the cleaving of the amide bonds there in the proteins. And these were all obtained from living systems. They were taken from biology. But when you don't have that, what are you going to do?
Right. All biomolecules, like amino acids, are so super hard to make, and we can only isolate them from living things. False. There are plenty of ways to make them via a racemic synthesis followed by resolution or by enantioselective synthesis.
Oh my
and then
dear. Oh my God.
Methods, which utilize living organisms.
Oh.
Doesn't mean the other one doesn't exist.
Quiet
It is
down.
also totally irrelevant to bring up the fact that chemists buy reagents from commercial suppliers as though this invalidates their work. When scientists are focusing on a very specific research problem, that's their focus. They don't have to synthesize all of their materials from scratch in order to investigate that one problem. That would be insane. Different scientists work on different problems. This is like saying architects shouldn't be able to claim they are able to build a house unless they personally go and chop down all the trees to get the lumber and mine all the ores that will be used for the steel. Or that chefs shouldn't claim they can cook food if they don't personally hunt and farm.
Okay, so I know everybody was cracking up there. So, Dr. Garret, you get to go first.
No, there's nothing to say. That's just.
Well,
This is why I went and cut the grass.
That's why I said in the beginning, John, that's just plain stupid.
There's just nothing to say about that. That's sad.
I mean, okay, so was I misinterpreting anything, or was that actually as ludicrous as I thought it was?
It was ludicrous.
Okay.
I mean,
it was such a complete straw man of every single.
Yeah, exactly. And Jim never said any of that stuff. I mean, he was making a completely different point. I don't know. That was terrible.
Well, that's why I said, in order to have fun, you need at least to have a capable opponent, which Dave simply not is.
No.
But it's worse than that, because he was talking about things that men do in laboratories as evidence that what nature was doing or had done in the unfathomable past, but it was unobservable. So his argument is so absurd. Because
and Neff, he's also the other point he's making there, and he makes it multiple times in both videos, is that basically, and what's very interesting to me is I have heard this exact same talking point from a variety of individuals we interact with on a regular basis, several of which are evolutionary biologists and supposedly educated individuals who lord their education over people like myself. And have claimed that Dr. Tour's only argument was, oh, you bought chemicals from the store, therefore none of your arguments are valid.
But
And
I would not be surprised if people, after watching Professor Dave making that point, that they will repeat it and bring it up as an evidence against for abiogenesis. I would not be surprised to see people like that just parroting what Professor Dave claimed.
well, of course they're going to parrot him, but I mean, my mind is blown. I mean, what's that CRISPR-Cas9 guy? I mean, I had an interaction with him where he literally stated and then like repeated that he had seen a couple of Dr. Tour's videos. He didn't need to watch any more because the only argument that Dr. Tour had was chemicals, buying purified chemicals. And I'm like, that's what you took away from the arguments being made. That's what you took away.
Well, why do you think that Speed and Company do not review Dr. Tour's video series on abiogenesis?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
But that whole deal to me, and this is the kind of point that I've started, and I think everybody's repeated this, of this Wannabe Dave presented this, or at least attempted to present this, with so much confidence that he was completely justified in his own mind in being full of condescension, aggression, outright malice towards Dr. Tour, thinking that he's 100% justified, therefore Dr. Tour must be trying to con people.
What's so absurd about it is that he's attempting to refute Dr. Tour with the very arguments that Dr. Tour is refuting. I mean, it's absurd. He says, the complexity of this and that, it can happen. It can happen. And Dr. Tour is explaining why it can't happen. And he's saying, but it can happen. I mean,
right.
To me, it's just like, duh, shoot yourself in the head already. Get it over with. Wow.
Yeah. Take a polymerization machine and it happens. It doesn't matter if it was available prebiotically or not.
Now, I just want to add one thing here. The whole question of doing laboratory experiments that do not mimic conditions on a prebiotic earth is not, this didn't start with Jim Tour. There have been very high level papers published telling the abiogenesis community that if you really want to have a plausible result, you have to do your experiments as if you were in a pond, or you were in the ocean, or you were somewhere, not in a laboratory. And so this whole idea of not buying the reagents and not purifying them and all that stuff, that's kind of accepted. And what Dave is saying is just outside of science. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I don't know where he's coming from, but it's not from a scientific background. I mean, there's a paper, you probably know it, Otangelo. There's a paper by a guy named, I think his name is Richard. I have it, but I'm not going to be able to find it now. But that says something. The title is something like abiogenesis experiments in laboratories, and it's making the same point that Tour is making and has been making. And it's not the only paper. There are several. In fact, the major abiogenesis people are very aware of this. They do the best they can, but it's difficult. So
I hear somewhere that they are starting now, rather than using purified basic materials, they start with materials which are dirty, which are not pure, just to mimic the scenario on the prebiotic earth, which probably is what you mentioned, that they are doing more sophisticated experiments now, considering that the basic materials weren't pure, and then seeing if from there they go somewhere. Right.
So, Tour is not saying anything that isn't known. I mean, it's purely within the the confines of accepted science. And the people who were doing experiments, either they tried to do it, what Otangelo just said, they tried to, get closer to what it might have been, or they give up and say, well, let's do it the way we can first, and then if it works, we'll try to do it better. But that last thing you showed, I hadn't seen it before, of Dave talking about, purchasing and machines making things. That's so far outside of anything. If he hadn't said anything else in the first video, that would be enough to just discredit anything he says.
That is food for good satire.
I think anybody who has a reasonable intellect, if they watched this guy's videos and had spent, a cursory amount of time studying the subject, 2-3 years, they would see, obviously, this guy is way off balance. But, atheists, they're going to clamor to guys like him because to them, they see him as a superhero. He's bold enough to say you're wrong and then use pseudoscience arguments to support that. And that's good enough. That's good enough. For an atheist, that's good enough.
I think that Dave almost wants to imply that the early Earth conditions are more preferable than the laboratory conditions because they have selection and whatnot. He's like, oh, you can't do it in the lab, but the early Earth could do it. So he almost implies that the lab is harder somehow, which doesn't really make any sense to
Well,
me.
it's interesting you bring that up. That's I've actually had this back and forth with folks before, and I'm like, so you're arguing that in a harsher environment that is less stable, it is more likely that very complicated reactions are going to occur, and then there's going to be the stability to maintain the structures that are formed. Like that's your argument. To me, that doesn't make any sense. That's like saying that, oh well, the house that's on the edge of the cliff that is next to the ocean that's now getting slammed with tsunamis is more likely to remain than the one that's 100 miles from the coast. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean,
I think what Godzilla Freak said is true, because there's a point in the first video where Dave says something that Dr. Tour doesn't understand chemistry, atmospheric chemistry, or the chemistry that occurs in the ocean. There's chemistry all over and when I heard that, I said to myself, oh, this guy's way off, because the amount of chemistry that goes on outside of life is negligible. Yes, there are chemical reactions that occur in the atmosphere, of course. There are some chemical reactions that occur in the ocean.
That's a good point.
But, in one cell, there are more chemical reactions that go on in 10 minutes.
Per second.
Yeah, that go on in hours and years in a pond. I mean, chemicals don't react with each other spontaneously. It just doesn't happen. I don't know. It's staggering.
That's a good point. You're pointing out there's an enormous amount of time they have to invoke.
Yeah, it's not just time.
Chemistry just doesn't really support that, does it, Si?
Absolutely not. And I mean, I was a chemistry major in college. I'm not Jim Tour, obviously, but I've done some chemical synthesis. And, it's even in a laboratory, you're lucky if you get 5-10% yield, and the rest of what you get is tarry junk. It's black, disgusting stuff. That's what happens in a lab. I mean, and to get any two chemicals to react to each other, you have to heat them, you have to distill them, you have to purify, you have to do the next step. I mean, no, chemistry doesn't go on that way in the world unless there's life.
That's a great point. The chemical reactions the evolutionists claim brought life into being would actually produce, as you pointed out, a vast amount of what we typically call tar.
Exactly.
And these tars that are produced by forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly, the Maillard reaction. Sai, you know more about this than me. Did I pronounce it correctly? Maillard.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay. Anyway, it's like it's the same process that burns toast, or steak. The carbonizes. Anyway,
Okay.
that process it produces this tar, and
okay. Yes, I know what you're talking. Right.
it produces two very powerful kinds of chemicals that would actually prevent abiogenesis from ever happening. It could never happen because these things would prevent the formation of DNA molecule.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
the amino acids, they actually work against the idea that the complexity can move past. Maybe you could get amino acids. Okay, great, but that's a mountain from where you got to go, right? I mean, you're talking about the smallest possible building block. But the garbage produced by these reactions, as you were talking about, would actually prevent the formation of DNA or RNA for the RNA world hypothesis. It can't be true because it would destroy anything that was forming that could be considered moving towards becoming RNA or DNA vastly faster than it could form.
Well, they're inhibitory, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Artangelo had some, Dad. Go ahead, Artangelo.
I mean, you would need millions of RNA. They would have to have all the same structure. And as said previously, I mean, there was no natural selection to constrain the making of millions of molecules with the same structure. And you have many different possibilities. You can have millions of different bases with different atoms in the isomeric structure. And then you can link the base to the ribose at different points. And you can link also the phosphate at different points. And rather than having ribose, you can have many different sugars. So there is no limit in regards of making these structures. So how do you get to that specific structure and that repeated millions and millions of time and then the polymerization? It's simply never going to happen.
All right, now it's time to trigger Dr. Garret again.
Oh, when are you going to get to the debate so I can leave?
All right, so this is about the condensation reaction problem, the overall water paradox, and apparently that's just unreasonable to even question. So go ahead and listen.
There's even the notion that prebiotic peptide bond formation can occur in absence of bulk solvent entirely. Here's a paper from 2020 using mechanochemistry. This time we see that mechanical forces and prebiotically plausible and ubiquitous minerals as activators enable the oligomerization of amino acids, such as glycine, in the absence of bulk water and at ambient temperature. What's that, James? You haven't heard of ball milling? Well, as you can see from these figures, this requires an understanding of geological processes, which is why you don't know anything about it. And how about this approach from Bruce Lipschitz of UC Santa Barbara? He's a synthetic organic chemist, just like you, James. He has devised some interesting methods using designer surfactants to form peptide bonds in water at room temperature.
I really want the synthetic chemists, my synthetic chemist colleagues, to critique me. Is there something that I'm teaching in here that's synthetically incorrect? Let me know.
Well, you asked for it, so let's chat with Bruce a little bit.
This is not new. What we have advanced, of course, are designer surfactants that enable synthetic chemistry to take place, but it's within this overall realm of biological-like molecules that have been around forever that enable chemistry to take place in water, and that includes chemistry that leads to the extrusion of water. And so, for example, if we have a reaction that generates water cycloaromatization, for example, we've done, the byproduct is water. Now, it's counterintuitive. One would say, well, how could you do that? You're in water. Doesn't the water shift equilibrium such that it's almost impossible to kick out water when you're in water? Well, the answer is no, it's not impossible. In fact, it happens all the time because we are inside of a hydrophobic pocket. The water is surrounding the soap, the micelle, the vesicle, the surfactant, whatever you want to call it. It's surrounding it, but it doesn't matter. And so when a reaction generates water as a byproduct, a condensation reaction we talk about all the time in sophomore organic chemistry, doesn't matter. That water gets kicked out into the water, but no problem, because inside of that pocket, that's actually the driving force to kick that water out. The fact that it goes into the water is irrelevant. There's no shifting of any equilibrium. The reaction is over. The product is made.
Beyond what Bruce said about involvement with lipids, peptide coupling with a suitable activator in water is exergonic. So this chemistry is not specific to hydrophobic pockets. Of course, neither those reagents nor Bruce's methodology are prebiotically relevant, although the concept sure is. But more importantly, they demonstrate that peptide synthesis in water is absolutely not a problem.
Okay, so he makes that presentation, and it's somehow like debunking what Dr. Tor's argument was, and then admits that it's not prebiotically plausible. I mean, how dumb are you, or how dumb do you think your audience is? I mean, that's what it boils down to, in my opinion. That, like, who would ever make an argument like this doesn't actually support the argument that I'm making, but I'm going to make it anyway, and then just gamble that you're too dumb, audience, to realize that I actually did not present anything in my own favor.
No, even let's suppose that. Now, let's even suppose that it would be possible to have a non-enzymatic reaction polymerizing amino acids. Well, the problem is that you have 4 different ways to bond them together by the side chains. If bonded to the wrong side chain, no deal. So how is that determined if there is no ribosome to do the job?
Well, not only that, he just appealed to, he said that the water, because every origin of life researcher knows that the presence of water is an incredible inhibitor to the idea of abiogenesis, right? Because water acts as a solvent. It destroys biological molecules. It breaks bonds and causes molecules, even DNA, to break. So basically what he is doing is saying the water presence problem is not a problem because we say so. But what? But science shows that it is a problem. So that's another scientific failure right there. He's just outright claiming that something which has been acknowledged by numerous researchers is a serious problem for abiogenesis is not a problem, therefore it's not. That to me is just a ridiculous, gross misrepresentation of the facts.
We use an intelligently designed agent to be able to circumvent the normal outcome in our experiments. It's not prebiotically plausible, but it solves the problem. I mean, like, it shows that it's possible. Like, yeah, there's, I mean, what's the saying on what chemistry is? It's getting molecules to do what they don't naturally do, or something to that effect.
Yes, what they don't naturally do.
I mean,
John, you have studied this, how precise that the ribosome binds amino acids together. That's an incredibly complex engineered process. And let's even suppose that it would be possible to have a natural polymerization of amino acids. How do you reach that from that to the ribosome, which does the job? That's a huge gap.
There's no comparison. What they're talking about is just random polymers of polypeptides. And the argument made by the guest, I don't remember his name, the scientist, is correct, that if you're in a hydrophobic environment, if there are 2 amino acids in a hydrophobic environment, the peptidization reaction is possible even though the product is water, because water is excluded from that environment. What he's not saying, but he knows, or Dave is not quoting him, whatever, is that getting 2 amino acids are extremely hydrophilic because they have all kinds of hydrophilic moieties on them. They have carboxylic acid, they have amino group, they have whatever the side chain is. So to get those amino acids into a hydrophobic environment, say near a membrane or near a bilipid layer, is not easy to do. They won't go there. So you have to have some way to get the amino acids to that. You may get 2, but you're not going to get a bunch. You're not going to get a polymer out of that unless you have all the transport mechanisms and all the other mechanisms that exist in living cells to do that. And you're also saying that before you can have this kind of peptide bond formation naturally, you have to have a cell already. You have to have a membrane. You have to have a bilipid membrane where you have a hydrophobic site, and that gets. I mean, I don't know. So then Dave, yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
are you
I don't know what the influence would be of the amino acids which are hydrophobic. We know that they are polar, they are non-polar, and if you have hydrophobic amino acids, then
Now, wait a minute. What's hydrophobic about the hydrophobic amino acids are the side chains, valine, leucine, isoleucine. But if you have valine by itself, you have the side chain, but you also have two very hydrophilic sites, the carboxyl and the amino terminus. And those are very hydrophilic because they're charged, actually. Okay.
Yes,
so
yes,
you have
yes.
COO, you have NH2.
You're getting to the question I have. Yeah, keep going. I got a question for you.
Right. So until you actually have the amino acids in a protein where you no longer have those hydrophilic, because they're now involved in peptide bonds, now the side chain is what counts. So then, yes, then the valine and the leucine will interact with hydrophobic sites because that's all you have. But that doesn't explain how you can get a peptide bond, because at that point, the amino acids are by nature all hydrophilic.
So, Sai, let me ask you a question. I'm a layperson. I don't have the biological knowledge that you do. If I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that individual amino acids would electrically be detracted from or not attracted from a lipid sphere. Is that
absolutely correct? Absolutely?
Okay. So I understood that right. Now, but you're saying that if you could get a chain of amino acids, then possibly it would be electrically charged in such a way that it might be attracted to a lipid sphere. Is that
right?
correct?
Right. Exactly. If you have hydrophobic amino acids in the chain. The thing about proteins is that they're made of 20 amino acids.
Okay, so the crux of your argument then is, if correct me if I'm wrong, that you have to get, before you can get amino acids into this imagined lipid sphere, so which is the evolutionists' idea of the earliest possible membrane of a cell, right?
Right.
You got to get amino acids in there, because you got to have amino acids to get RNA and DNA, right? So you can't have life forming unless you got the amino acids, and they got to be inside, right? So since the amino acids don't want to go inside because of their electrochemistry, right?
Right.
So then you've got to have a chain of them, and then maybe they got sucked in. Is that right? So
yeah, that's true. But go ahead.
No. Expound, please.
Well, I see. The thing is, okay, first of all, I have a slight digression. You've all heard of RNA world, right? That RNA world came first, and then later DNA world, right? Everybody knows about that. Okay.
Of course, yes.
Now that RNA world idea is dead. Okay, it doesn't work, and I can't go into the details. It's too complicated. What has replaced RNA world is something called RNA-peptide world.
Is this
an RNA-peptide
world? Is
that's what
co-evolution
proposed.
Okay, gotcha. Continue. Sorry, go ahead.
So in other words, RNA world is that you had RNA, and you also have peptides, oligopeptides. There's something like, I mean, anywhere from 5 to 20 amino acids in a chain. They're not proteins. They're too small for that. They're not specific sequences, but they're amino acids linked together, and they stabilize the RNA, and they probably allow the RNA to function a lot better than the RNA would function without them. So this is now, today, currently, which Dave doesn't know about yet, the most plausible scenario for the early form of life before DNA came on the scene. So and so it's RNA peptide world, and if you look at the latest literature, everything is about that. And I'm even working on that with some folks that you guys know. So, there's it's a very interesting area. It's very exciting, but it requires peptides. And that's why Jim Tour is talking about peptides, and Dave has no clue what it's all about. He still talks about RNA world because he's not up on the literature. He doesn't know what's going on.
So in line with what you're saying there, because I've read a few things on the, I've also seen it like framed as coevolution, a similar term, kind of correlating with that.
That's a little different. Well,
this is kind of like a early stage coevolution, right? Like you're not even getting to the original definition of coevolution. Now we're at like the precursor to coevolution. Because I mean, it seems to me that what you're talking about is kind of the necessary step to get to, like, I mean, because the next stage obviously has to be somehow a ribozyme was able to create longer polypeptide chains. I mean, I'm assuming that's probably the logic.
Exactly.
There is Andrew here in the side chat. He's saying, "Are we on the topic of abio all night? Can we please move into something more related to evolution?" I am saying that because you brought up in our private email exchange the video which you said that you agreed fully on of Aaron Ra about microevolution and macroevolution. And you probably saw that I made an email reply to that video.
Okay.
Can you maybe
so let's talk about macroevolution.
Can you maybe give your opinion on my reply?
Oh man, I can't remember. I did read it, part of it. I'm trying to remember now. I don't remember everything you said. Remind me.
Well, there were so many different.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, I was very surprised that you brought that up and actually saying that you were agreeing with everything that Aaron said in his video, which was I basically disagreed with everything. So it is interesting that we agree basically on abiogenesis.
Yes.
We are online in that, but in regards to evolution, we have opposed views. That's interesting.
We don't agree, correct. But wait, there's one very important thing that Aaron said in that video, which is germane to this topic. He said that evolution and abiogenesis are not connected.
Yes, we agree on that, of course.
All right. And that's important because somebody like Dave, but one thing about Arden, he knows biology. He doesn't know much biochemistry, but he knows basic biology. Professor Dave knows nothing. And so for him, when Dave says abiogenesis and evolution is the same thing, even Aaron Ra doesn't agree with him. Okay. So that's not even an atheist position. That's just a stupidity position.
I mean, he made a claim, which I think he must think about himself, that he was very smart and bringing something new on the table, which is innovative, saying that there was like a transition between abiogenesis and biology and life, where evolution started very lightly and slowly, and then it transitioned to life, where evolution is the driving mechanism. Of course, that is completely baseless. And
this is what Dave is saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's just wrong. I mean, it's just, and as I said, no biologist, atheist or not, agrees with that. I mean, Dawkins doesn't agree with that. Darwin didn't even talk about abiogenesis. It's two different things. They're two separate things. And, we're not going to get into an argument or a discussion about evolution now because I'm too tired. But let's at least admit that the real problem that we have with Professor Dave is that he's not talking about science. He has a religious framework for everything he's saying, and it's the religion of atheism. This is what he's talking about. Okay, Aaron Ra is an atheist, of course, a very strong atheist. but he knows enough science not to say things that are absolutely ridiculous scientifically. Dave doesn't have that knowledge, doesn't have that ability. So he's going to say anything he can that seems to support atheism, even if it's scientifically nonsense.
Well, so let's at least disagree on Aaron Ra. I have a completely different opinion.
Well, yeah, I know we disagree on that.
Yeah.
We had a debate, remember?
Yeah.
But
Okay,
isn't it true that you
John,
you still believe in
leaving
macroevolution? Is that true?
Just real quick, I'm leaving the stream, but it was really fun to be.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the same. What was that, Neffy? Say it again. I just didn't hear.
I'm not Neffy, but
oh, is that a term used by your enemies? I'm sorry. I've seen it in print.
I just asked, if it's true that you still believe in.
I know your real name, but I don't want to use it because you don't use it.
Well, my name is Evan Phillips.
Right. Okay. So I'll call you Evan.
I know that you don't believe in abiogenesis.
Right.
That's why you're here.
Right.
But isn't it true that you still believe in macroevolution as the explanation for the variety of
well, I accept the reality of biological evolution. Now, and the whole argument that Aaron Ra was making, which
so you
I
believe
also,
in common ancestry.
Yes, and the whole argument that Ra was making, which I agreed with, and that's what Otangelo's pointing out, is that macroevolution is not basically different from microevolution, except in certain cases, and that gets very complicated. And one of those cases, for example, is humans. And there are other cases as well during the course of evolution where
many more than just those. I mean,
there may be many. I don't know, but
there are quite a great many, right?
But the general idea of microevolution, which
in fact all of them.
Well,
okay, guys, have a good night. Bye bye.
All right. I'll just say one more thing, then I'm really going to have to leave. If we have a cat kind, okay, where all the cats descended from, and that in evolutionary terms that would be called a family, okay, and we have a bear kind and a dog kind. If you go back in history, then you can find a link between the cats and the dogs and the bears, and it's.
I don't think so.
Well, I understand, and I mean I don't. This is not something
about this once already.
We had a debate. I remember it. Yes, that was a lot of fun. But I think maybe twice actually. I don't remember, or at least once. But the point is that the way I feel about it now, and this is what Otangelo was referring to, is I don't really think it's an important issue anymore.
I think it's critical.
No,
well, let's let Cy finish his point.
Well, I mean, my feeling is that it is whatever happened in the development of life. What I believe was God created and God motivated. Now, you can say that God created every kind separately, or you can say that God used evolution as a tool to create these kinds.
So God brought all these kinds into the world through suffering, death, cancer, eating each other.
Evolution has nothing to do with suffering.
This is what God said was good.
Absolutely, misinterpretation of what evolution is. It's not suffering.
Well, wait a minute.
Are you telling me
the process of creatures dying and becoming fossils?
Do creatures not die now?
Yeah, but God said it was good in the beginning. It was very good, he said. Very good. Creatures were designed to live, not die.
Well, I'm not a theologian, so I can't answer you right now. You know, that's not my thing. But I know there are plenty of Christians Christian theologians.
There's plenty of people who believe wrong things.
That. Well, when I say I don't think it's important, I don't even think my own views are important. I'm not trying to convince anybody else to agree with evolution. I happen to agree with it, but it's not something that I care about. In other words, it's not something that I would try to convince you about.
So I know you're taking off, so that's something I'd love to discuss with you at some other later date.
Yeah, we could. This is off the topic, and I'm also getting very tired.
I know
I'm not thinking very well.
No, I would say when I'm pulling up on the screen here, something I would love, not right now, not tonight. I would love to discuss this with you. This is getting into like the functional information and the
Doug Axe.
Axe goes into this too. This is actually built on the Shostak and Hazen definition, and calculating in relation to this actually compares Axe's ratios as well, but getting into some of like the fits of like the average protein, and getting into some of the like the universal proteins and how many functional bits they have to have, and then in relating it. That was some pretty interesting. You may have seen this math before, but I thought it was pretty interesting stuff. When you really get into like minimal genome, like average of 700 functional bits per average protein, and then basically the max, even accounting for like 4 billion years and all that kind of stuff, the absolute maximum number of functional bits reasonably done through blind search is like 140, and get you into some very interesting issues from just a raw probability standpoint.
Well, if you go down to the line right below that, I completely agree.
This one?
I agree. Yeah, I agree that design was required to produce the simplest life form. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's I think the biggest thing for me when it comes to like on the macro side is what we're now being able to identify in relation to the functional information modifications that are necessary for the on the macro level. Like the numbers start to get pretty, at least the ones I've seen so far, the numbers start to get pretty nuts on what would be necessary to occur in that context. And then when you look at like some of the now, I mean, relatively recently discovered, as you know, as you're more aware than I am, in relation to like the GRNs and everything else. And it's like, oh, we just found out that this one controls like all this stuff, and it's like, didn't know that before. And to me, that's where in my opinion, that's where some of the single biggest barriers to macroevolution come into play. Hang on, all these interdependencies start to create additional feedback loops and everything else that would cause failure, in my opinion.
Well, that's very interesting because I've actually published a paper on GRNs recently, like 2 years ago. After I retired, I started working on that, and we have to discuss that at some point because I agree that it has a very strong relationship to evolution. And I don't hold to the simplistic view of evolution that a lot of people do, that it's just simply mutations and natural selection. There's a lot more going on, and some of the stuff that's going on is very teleological,
right?
And that is a sign to me that evolution may actually end up being the best argument for God. Which is sort of the opposite of what most people think. Right now, a lot of people think that evolution is an atheistic view, but if as we're looking more and more into evolution, there's a very famous non-Christian scientist called Dennis Noble, who is coming out with the fact that evolution is teleological. And where does that teleology come from? Well, right.
Well, Noble with the he's leading up the third way and all that.
Exactly. He's very active in that.
One of his papers he wrote on basically the need for a new
Yeah.
a new concept of it. I read that paper, and one of the interesting things he talks about in there is not only is there information necessary, obviously, not only is there the equivalent of computer code and everything else, then he goes into further. He's like, then you have and or gates and everything else that are not just in the genome, but are being expressed through the entirety of the cell itself.
Right.
And
Exactly.
it's like, okay, at this point, we're talking about, as you and I both agree, and we've argued with people all the time about this. Like, we're talking about the most advanced information processing system ever conceived.
Well, the first.
Well, absolutely, and the first, and then as this, I mean, I'm sure you know about that. The stuff about like the virtual photon information transfer, different things that are being looked into, and I'm like, to me, when you start to, and I know you've researched these things as well, but I mean, to me, when these things are even in the frame of view, I mean, like at some point, how do you actually argue that these things can be? I'm not saying you. I'm saying hypothetically. How do you even argue that this kind of stuff is feasible without some input at some stage? And I think to your point on the your view of potentially evolution, being a teleological angle, to me, I think there's a front-loaded portion that is then expressed. In my opinion, it's more of a front-loaded side that has the equivalent of artificial intelligence capacity to express and to utilize that pre-existing functionality versus the functionality being created other than on the micro level. That's my personal opinion.
Well, I agree. I mean, this is something we really should talk about. It's a fascinating area, and I think it's very promising. So yeah, I do have to go though. So
yes, well, Dr. Garret, I really appreciate you taking the time, and I apologize.
You, John.
I apologize for triggering you on purpose. I know.
Oh no, don't apologize. Bye, everyone.
Have a good night. Oh man, that was. I don't know about you guys, but I had some great entertainment out of what we've done so far tonight.
All right, I have another point to make regarding the probabilities you were bringing up. And that is, you have people like Erica who is like, oh, well, the lottery is like, hard to win, but people still win it. It's like, you do realize that these probabilities are so astronomical in comparison to those probabilities that, like, literally, if every single particle interaction in the history of the universe was a trial, you would still need to get beyond considerable luck.
Well, and that's it's interesting. That paper I had pulled up. I actually came across this very interesting presentation. I hired somebody to go and transcribe it all for me. Because I've been too busy with my move. I was like, go, and here's the video. Go and transcribe all this information for me, so I can put it into a presentation. Because it's very, very interesting logic, and what I found very interesting about it was taking the math from the peer-reviewed papers. So it's like, this is not, all just, oh, it's some Christian or some, ID person is arguing in favor of this. This is actually taking the math, taking the formulas created by, in this context, Hazen and Shostak, right? Functional information, the emergence of biocomplexity, which I've had this paper for a while. And it's pretty funny. The other day, Speed of Pudding and the gang were like running the formula, right? But they weren't applying it in relation to the point you were just making, Godzilla. Of like, hello, what is actually available? Like right here, what's available in the universe, right? According to the standard paradigm, right? Population size, 10 to the 30th, replication rate every 30 minutes, mutation rate, 10 to the -6 mutations per 1,000 base pairs per replication, assumed average genome size, 10 to the 5th genes, trials lineage over 4 billion years, 10 to the 13th, trials, oh, they misspelled that one, and then total number of for 10 to the 30th line, 10 to the 42, and they keep spelling this wrong. Okay. Well, they did a good job anyway. So the maximum number of generations is 10 to the 14th. I mean, like, you don't have enough trials to account for.
Yeah, and you hear Dan say, like, oh, we don't know how many trials there are. Well, we know there's less than the maximum number of trials based on just ridiculous parameters. So that's like the max you have, and that's not close to enough to make
Right.
it remotely probable.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what really gets me right here. Okay. So at an average of 700 fits, again, so for those who don't know, that's functional bits of information per average protein. Then the minimal life form needs 267,000 functional bits. Okay. At the absolute extreme of the highest possible calculation, the only amount of there's enough time, enough actions available for the for nature, right, to have generated through blind search is 140 functional bits. 140. Okay, you need 700 functional bits per protein, or for the minimal or for the minimal organism, you need 267,000 functional bits. It's only reasonable for 140. I mean, like, you're not even in remote plausibility. That's like not even remotely plausible. I mean, when you're getting into this sort of insane math.
Yeah, I've literally heard them say it's like, oh, you're just trying to get a bigger number. It's like, okay, but the point remains the number is really big, and you can't get over it, or really small, technically. Right?
There's a million times as many alleged anatomical changes to organisms during their evolution than the genetic mutation rate even allows for. You would have to have an order of magnitude greater mutation rate to account for the structural design change the evolutionists claim. It's just so obvious. So evolution can't be true. It's just impossible.
Yep. What's up, Mind Ben? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, we got a news flash. The kangaroos were found in South America.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they moved to Australia. But South America used to be connected to Antarctica and Australia. But that's it's another can of worms.
So the kangaroos weren't always in Australia, huh?
No,
or weren't always limited to Australia.
I just looked it up. They're found. I think they say they originated in China. Some things said, and South America as well.
Well, man, that annihilates a standard talking point then.
Right. That's why, because I heard it was somewhere other than Australia, but that does annihilate. I mean, they were connected anyways. South America was connected to Africa and Antarctica and Australia. So what does it matter? What's the point?
Well, that's true. That is very true. Welcome to the stream, Mind Ben. How are you doing? You're on mute if you're saying anything. Mind Ben, you there?
Mind Ben.
I think you wanted to know about the Google Doc you had with the probability assignments. Because he's saying that in private chat and in the live chat.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm not going to show that yet. I just got it back today from the transcriber, and I got to review it and make sure they got everything. And I already identified a few typos and such I got to fix. So before I share it, I'll put together a PDF and share it here pretty soon. It will end up being in my public folder, and I'll probably put it in the information encoding subfolder. That's where it will end up eventually. And I'm planning on getting that done the next day or two. I'm actually trying to. I've reached out to the person who was did the presentation, and I'm actually going to see if I can convince them to come on and explain it in more detail, which I think would be pretty cool. Did I lose everybody? Am I the only person talking now?
Maybe.
Well, we have been going for 2 hours, so I guess we may have to.
No, I was typing in the chat.
No worries.
Yeah,
Well,
I haven't really watched the debates. I watched a bit of the Matt Slick one, but
Oh, the Matt Slip one was pretty good, yeah.
all right.
Ron, I don't honestly don't understand why Ron continues to debate.
He should be
me
banging
either.
his head against the wall or something. That's what he should be doing.
Yeah, he
It's
gets
the same thing. It's the same
Ron
thing as far
seems
as
like
I'm-
a nice guy, but his debates are like he just says the same thing, and like I don't know, it's just something about it. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess we just kind of need to go with this.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There you go.
Yeah!
Macroevolution, after my debate with him, you have to wonder, why? Why is he doing it?
Yep. Yep.
So sidebar, folks. For those of you who didn't see the stream the other night, this was from I think it's 2019 conference, specifically on bio-nanotechnology. And I just thought this was by its way, this is stated by somebody who's a high-level, credible source in the industry and in the discipline.
And how does a living cell operate? These are the most amazing machines to me because 1 makes 2, 2 make 4, and it does this all using elemental materials. Elemental. This is nanotechnology in action, doing things that our nanotechnologies, the one we've been building, can only dream of. And this has been happening for billions of years on this planet. Now, we know how it works.
6,000.
Sort of. This is basic biology. You take a human, you pluck out a cell, you pull out its genome, there's its chromosomes, you unravel the chromosomes, you get a long string of DNA. DNA is transcribed into RNA, the working copy of the nucleic acids, which ultimately are translated into proteins, which build us and every living thing on this planet. Biology 101 in 2 seconds. This is the reason why I love biology, though. Biology
Some
is
people don't believe that.
self-assembling nanotechnology with a built-in programming language. No other nanotechnology has this. This is really important. Now, we didn't know much about this code for a long time. I remember before, in the early 1980s, just to read a few hundred bases of genetic code was enough to get your PhD. But by 1990, the Human Genome Project had officially started up after about 5 or 6 years of behind-the-scenes wrangling and getting money and politics. And this project catalyzed an amazing shift in genomics that continues to this day. It went from doing DNA sequencing like this, using X-ray film and radioactive isotopes and reading DNA code by hand, to factories that churn out DNA 24/7 using robotic sequencers like these HiSeqs made by Illumina.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but all I see there is Coke and Diet Coke. See, clearly the same thing. There's no language.
It's directed Coke and Diet Coke.
Well, we know that the only person who has ever said this, ever thought this, are creationists, just like you, except for...
In biology, I suppose it would have to be the double helix, Watson and Crick discovery of the structure of DNA, which was far more than just the discovery, the crystallographic work, discovering the structure of a big molecule. Because what that led up to was a major revolution in which much of biology became a sort of branch of information technology. The consequence of the Watson-Crick discovery, with all that it led on to, the DNA code and the sort of various genome projects that are going on now, is that genes, which from my point of view are absolutely central to biology, genes are information. They are coded information. It even looks like computer information. I mean, a chromosome is a great long computer tape. It's linear, it runs one-dimensional, digital code. It's not binary, it's quaternary, but apart from that, it's just the same as computer tape. It's read in sequence. It's copied and pasted from one part of the organism to another in just the same way as a computer programmer would copy and paste. So biology has turned into computer science, and the sort of mystification of biology, which was still possible when people could talk about a life force, a vital fluid, things like that, essentially skyhook explanations, that's completely out. You can never hear anybody talking nonsense like that anymore. And it's all, I won't say it's all due to Watson and Crick, but it was Watson and Crick that really finally torpedoed that kind of thinking.
In the information age we currently enjoy, to me it's a completely implausible concept to conclude that HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, WordPress, apps, or any of the other aspects of technology that utilize software, that they could possibly come into existence without programmers and designers being required.
I agree, that would be crazy to assert, but luckily that's not what we're asserting. That's not what anybody's asserting here. It's only you that's claiming that evolution would entail this. So you're basically building a straw man argument against people that already accept evolution and are misrepresenting their arguments for evolution. You see, the biggest difference here is that we have natural explanations for like why DNA looks the way that it does, why it operates the way that it does, and why the diversity of life that we have here on Earth exists. We have natural explanations for why these things happen. We don't have explanation for why like PHP exists, other than somebody designed it. So what you're really doing here is you're comparing bananas to horses here.
I'm talking at the moment with Perry Marshall and Kevin Ham. Perry Marshall is from Chicago in the United States, and Kevin Ham is from Vancouver in Canada, and we have just taken part in the United Kingdom launch of a huge prize to be won by anybody who can produce the genetic code or a genetic code via natural process generating it itself. Mm-hmm. Perry, have I got that right, first of all?
That's right. Any code, any encoding, message decoding system that can come out of an emergent property from chemicals to code would qualify. Yes. And I think it's one of the most fundamental questions in all of science. And it just hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves.
No, that's right, it hasn't. And I think that's partly why we've been highlighting it in the meeting that we've just had here at the Royal Society in London. You can't get much more prestigious than that, can you?
No, it's
by the way,
it's delightful.
Yes. Now, question perhaps also to Kevin: does it really need to be 10 million? You know, I'm a scientist. To me, that's a huge sum of money.
We are the only people that are saying you have to solve these problems. Nobody else is ever said that this hasn't been solved. Like, Wannabe Dave said that this is all accounted for.
It's just two rocks banging together. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, I don't know how much more of a case has to be made than what was just made in the last 4 minutes of like just some of the basics, right? Of hello, use your brain, think for a moment, contemplate, ponder the significance of all this stuff, and don't be like tape deck who keeps repeating, you're saying the chemical processes are 0 out of 100,000 million, billions, trillions, quadrillion, one quadrillion. Oh man. Okay, so you need to add about, well, no less than about 80 zeros to that number. And then that's your 1 in. Oh, wait, there haven't been enough possible actions. So, tape deck, what we're actually arguing is you do not have the probability resources necessary to have it be remotely plausible. And that's for the entire observable universe. And yeah, the recognized options available for planet Earth is 10 to the 50th. So it's like, if the probabilities are greater than the total number of actions possibilities for the entire observed universe, how is it remotely plausible that the probability resources exist on our planet? Like, I often wonder if Evo atheists on YouTube, when it comes to what we're talking about now, just like suspend all comprehension of a very basic concept.
Yeah, and with the point of, well, it isn't 0%, us living our lives basically depends on not getting completely freak bad luck. Like, diffusion of air is technically based on random particle interactions. So there's a non-zero chance that all the oxygen in the room can just pull up in the corner and you'll suffocate to death. But we don't consider that because the probability is just so low.
No, but it doesn't do that anyways, because it seeks out where, where there's less molecules. If there's more molecules in one place, it's going to go where there aren't any molecules.
But that's based on random particle interactions. And with the law of large numbers, it's just gonna, basically
also,
always happen.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, but if you got protons, an uneven gradient of protons on one side, it's going to go to the other side.
Yeah, but my point is like, there's a non-zero chance that we could just all suffocate because the oxygen pulls up into the corner, but we don't consider that as a possibility.
No, but I don't even think that's a possibility. I don't even consider that a possibility, though.
Yeah, because the odds are like 1 in just an insanely big number.
Well, here's the problem: is tape deck. We recognize that if you do the math of 1 in 10 to the whatever power, you can still have the chances aren't 0 mathematically. That doesn't mean from a recognized plausibility perspective. Because remember, there's like probability and then there's plausibility, right?
But that's only for an amino acid chain. It's not considering everything.
I know. I'm talking with him in relation to the. Well, it's not 0. You guys are just claiming that it's improbable, therefore God is the whole point that I'm making, and it's ridiculously annoying and obnoxious. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Comrade Jerry? The link is pinned, bro. Come on in. Come on, Comrade. Who is Comrade Jerry anyway?
Comrade Jerry. About what?
Comrade Jerry's been talking trash for this past week. Come on, Comrade Jerry. Come on in.
Yeah, tape deck too.
Yeah, tape deck can come in too.
Since probably neither one's going to have the courage.
We'll see what happens.
To back up.
The tape deck just wants to sit back. It's like, bone into Eve. You don't answer that, and then just sit there and
they gotta back up. They gotta back up their belief in magical matter. doing things it can never do. Back it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not complicated. I mean, these people that are PhDs and all that stuff that believe in evolution and stuff, you know, they're not using their brain if they got a brain. I mean, I'm even wondering if they got half a mind.
What's up, Andrew? How you doing? Welcome to stream. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
I've been doing all right. How are you doing, John?
Man, I'm hanging in there. You know, it's
Good.
been interesting last month, but I can't complain. Life goes on, you know.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on your channel. It's been great stuff coming from you. Just want to say I appreciate the work you're putting in on it. It's good to see you, Jungle and Godzilla.
Yeah. And when are these videos coming out, or you gotta, John, you gotta put them together or something, or time them or something?
Sorry. Say again.
The interview with James Torr, is that going to be coming out this week or next week, or?
Yeah, it's gonna be coming out very soon.
Okay. I mean, no rush or anything. I'm just wondering, you know.
Well, we were before this whole douchebaggery from Wannabe Dave. Like, we were gonna do a much more like comprehensive deal, like some promo, and Doctor and I were gonna do like a live stream before we launched like the first episode and all that kind of stuff. But with Wannabe Dave coming out, we're probably just gonna publish. Yeah, we'll just publish everything.
But he's not even anybody to begin with, and he's doubling down on his nothing.
Well, what I want to see happen is, what I'm hoping can come out of all this is Wannabe Dave can unintentionally be the catalyst to other. And here's the thing: I think where Benner, Cronin, specifically the two of them, I think they're where they miscalculated on all this whole thing, and as a unintentional, probably what I'm hoping to be an unintentional outcome by Wannabe Dave is that this will catalyze a multitude of PhD chemists being like, you know what, screw this crap.
We gotta.
This is why
come up with something.
Well, no, I mean, like, this is why this is bullshit. Like, I'm done with all this crap. We got all these people, you're talking trash. We got a few little outlier, a few people here that are saying like, oh, this is accounted for, all this stuff's sold, and anybody who says otherwise is just nuts.
Yeah.
And
the spotlight is on you. You know what the saying is, all eyes on you.
Yeah. And now it's like, I mean, Dr. Torr's kind of standing out there, not alone, but I mean, in this context, it's, trying to completely annihilate him is the objective, and leveraging 1 million followers or subs and all that kind of stuff to try and do a full scale. I mean, let's just be blunt, that those videos are the legal definition of slander.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like, he's a public figure. Like, dude, in the first 15 seconds,
he obligated
a video one, he literally misrepresents Dr. Torr within the first 15 seconds.
He obligated a response from James Torr, basically.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I'm saying in he did in the first video as well as this one. I mean, let's see.
And all eyes are on Lee Cronin and whoever his cronies are.
I like that. What would you even call that when the start of the word rhymes?
When the what?
Like when the start of the word sounds the same instead of the end.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. Is there a special word for that? I guess.
Let me see. I'm trying to share. I'm gonna share this again. Let's see. I mean, this was from the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, what is that lighting setup, by the way? He literally just has like all the lights behind him. It makes no sense.
I think it's a window. I think that's a window.
Why
Like
doesn't he
directly
just
behind his
turn
head.
around?
Nah.
It's the angelic lights coming in to enlighten his profile or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he did that on purpose. I don't know.
Well, and here's the other thing is that Dr. Tour also said something very similar to what he said to Stephen Meyer in multiple times in the lecture series.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I mean, it's like, dude, and here's the thing, like he, at the end of his video, he gets even more vitriolic and literally accuses Dr. Tour of like intentionally misrepresenting things to convince all of his basically cult followers. I mean, the guy, he says this. I mean, it's like, bruh, like, dude, you've misrepresented him from the beginning. You've insulted him. You've said he's as a professional chemist. You are misrepresenting things, purposely misrepresenting things, not from an ignorance perspective, from a purposeful standpoint. Then later on, he gets into towards the end of the second video, he gets into stuff like basically, in relation to like Dr. Tour being in charge of students and stuff. He basically like puts out there that that's somehow like Dr. Tour is basically nuts. He shouldn't be being able to lead all these kids, right? And I'm like, you're directly attacking the man's status as a expert, as a teacher, as a professor. I mean, all these different things. Like, I really wonder if Wannabe Dave did not think like, I wonder if I should run a personal attack that's going to be published to my 1.3 million subscribers. I wonder if I should run this past an attorney first.
If that was anybody else, he could be in court. I mean, anybody other than James Tour. And James Tour is going out of his way to be nice to him.
Yeah, through all of this, Dr. Tour has been nothing but gracious and kind to Professor Dave. He's been taking the moral high ground, and it's admirable. I don't know what I would do. Slander like that, yeah, it is something that, especially a man of his profile,
It's defamation. Yeah,
it is defamation of character. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, beyond it's, yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, with Dr. Tour being a public speaker and a public figure, I mean, in that context, you have to showcase the malice, right? That's why I'm joking. That's why I keep saying, like, did this idiot not talk to an attorney? Because the malice is not just interpretable; it's clearly stated. Like, you stated your malice, you moron. Like, who does this? And the other thing that really gets me too is I've gotten over Cronin. I mean, Cronin using the words nefarious and things of that nature. I'm like, Cronin, did you not either A, watch this whole video for in public? Because not only are you now associated with a slanderous piece of content, you also contributed to it, and as a professional yourself, you have accused a peer of being incompetent, if not misleading purposely, and nefarious. I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, the word nefarious by definition is like wicked action. Like, you're a criminal, basically.
Yeah.
Like, you've accused somebody of being a criminal. I mean, like, come on, man.
I think Cronin's just trying to like get back at Tour in any way he can after the debate, even if it means going on Professor Dave's YouTube channel.
Well,
oh yeah, I'm sure that's what is going through Cronin's mind. But like I said, I'm just amazed that they didn't. Well, I really wonder if Cronin did see the whole video, or both videos, or if he was like sent a link, but whether he actually watched them or not is a whole other thing. Because
Dave didn't.
Because this is definitely going pretty far, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
well,
way
like you
it's
said,
way out of control, especially the double down. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, I hope that this Dave incident does spur more professionals into speaking out, because it seems to me that it's not just wrong; it's utterly wrong. And I'm a pretty simple guy, but it's apparent to me that this is an important subject for everybody. And to just go and blindly go out and make a YouTube video claiming that we have explanations for the origins of life in such a way to impressionable people. I mean, a lot of young people get on YouTube and swallow this crap.
Right. Right, exactly. That's the whole point of me being here, anyways. And I'm sure a lot of other people is because of this nonsense that they're pushing on kids, making them to believe in basically idolatry.
Here's the thing, though, like it's not just on YouTube. Even in textbooks and other, like media, ABio is pushed as something that's like, oh yeah, we got it all covered. It's just easy. Like I have a textbook here. It's from 1983, so like, okay, it's kind of outdated, but it literally says like, oh yeah, natural selection, prebiotic reactions that happen, boom, we get life. It's just gonna happen. It basically says that.
Nonsense.
Well,
yeah, sorry, John.
I was saying, well, the starting assumption is that life exists, therefore the probability is 1. That's their starting position. I was reading, there was a paper that Dr. Carter sent me, and it was about the implausibility of the improbabilities and such of abiogenesis. But one of the in the initial paragraph, it was there's 10 to the whatever stars, and the probability of those forming is whatever the numbers were. Therefore, because stars exist, we know that things that have small probabilities can happen.
They don't realize
okay, so all you have done is shift the life exists, therefore the probability is 1. You shifted it to stars, and then used the stars to be like, oh, well, stars exist, therefore the probability is 1. That logic also applies to life exists, therefore the probability is 1. So there's nothing circular about.
They really do just assume that stars and planets form on their own, even though we basically never observe it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you talk about some circular reasoning, and okay, so a wheel exists. Therefore, the probability that everybody would assume is a human did it. Like, an intelligent agent created the wheel. Like, everybody assumes this.
I think Dave used that in his video too. It's like, well, we can't create stars and planets in the lab, but that doesn't mean nature can't do it. It's like, are you sure nature can create stars and planets? Because I don't think that's been observed at all, even though we see them getting destroyed.
Yeah,
and that's not life anyway.
Well, Sai made a very interesting point about, he's like, outside of biology, there's not that much going on in chemistry. I thought that was a very interesting point to make. Of like, hello. I mean, obviously there's plenty of things going on, but in the context of comparison, not that much happening. And I think that's part that people just gloss over. And Neff was relating to this, Dr. Garret did, Otangelo, everybody. We were talking about okay, cool, these enzymes can make X happen and catalyze it. But
Dave was like,
it has to have this crazy complicated enzyme to be able to pull this off.
Where's the guy that was calling you out?
Oh, that's probably a joke.
Yeah,
no, the other guy, the other one.
Which one?
The other guy that was calling. The other guy. What was it?
I don't know. I have so many. I have so many people calling me out these days.
The first one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you got to be specific. There's so many trolls in the chat that it's hard to keep up.
It's
Justin
Comrade
Johnson.
Jerry.
Oh yeah. Where is Comrade Jerry? He's been talking. What's up? Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Come on, comrade Jerry. You still here? Oh, yep. He's still.
I think he took off already.
Nope. He's still in the side chat. Come on in, Jerry. Come on and back up your BS, bro. But yeah, I've got. Let's see who we have. I've got Cygnus Eustis, Justin Johnson. I guess Comrade Jerry, Lucifer Almighty, Ian Chen.
They're all the same person?
No, these are new. These are like individuals. And then they got I've got my clone, who's actually also Dak. And then I got a bunch. Oh, there's a new one, Justin Nunez. He's relatively new over the last couple days. Yeah, I got a bunch. I would say I have no less than probably 30. Like,
yeah, but they never come in. It's the same thing with me. They talk and chat. I mean, the text. They'll text. I say, well, why don't you have a discussion with me? They never show up.
Yeah, there's a lot of big talking cowards.
Yeah, some of them seem borderline obsessed with you, John. I don't know. It's not very healthy. They need to find a hobby or something.
Well, it's
it's their worldview is crushing and
I engage with the trolls because I my ego needs the focus. Like the fact that they're obsessed with me, it sparks my ego, makes me feel good about myself. The fact that I irritate people so much, they're obsessed.
It's like they say you're over the target, right? You're over the target. Right?
Yep.
And it's a threat to them, obviously. But, you'll just hit the target, knock it out, and that's it.
What is this?
The sooner evolution goes away, then I can retire.
Yeah, I mean, I've started doing the one-on-one streams. It's like I don't know what to tell you, folks. I mean, it was so funny the other day when I was doing the one-on-one 10-minute streams. I had dudes in the side chat talking trash about how I won't engage. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you right now, because the whole point of this stream is to give you opportunity to come in and have a one-on-one uninterrupted conversation. And you're claiming that I won't engage. Right. Because that makes sense.
They're just nonsensical.
Wasn't Walker messing around in the community post or something, saying that you won't engage with him, and then you just start trolling the side chat for your 1v1?
They never substantiate anything. They never actually say something. They'll just say, "Oh, you're wrong because you're wrong, and because it disagrees with whatever." Evolution.
Yeah, consensus, right? Consensus. They scream consensus.
Yeah, but they never actually say anything because they have nothing to say.
No, tape deck. They were literally saying that John wouldn't engage with them, very specifically, which implies that they had the ability to join.
Well, I'll tell you what's funny. So, little Cygnus Eustis, that guy is, man, he's got. I need to come up with a new acronym for this, but he has got a hardcore case of YouTube atheist little man syndrome. Also known as YALMS. He talks so much trash to everybody, but to me specifically, he calls me boy, child, etc. And keeps saying that I'm afraid to engage, but I am afraid to back up my claims. Okay.
Oh, look, he says you're here in chat. He's there in chat.
Who is?
Tape deck is there in chat.
Oh yeah. So I've started at this point when he like calls, he keeps making these claims. Like I say, he whenever I make an assertion, he claims that I can't back it up. So I am now at the point, obviously. I mean, the end of my streams, folks. This is what always gets me about these freaking clowns. They like you're making stuff up. You can't back things up. I'm like, have you ever made it to the end of one of my streams? Because I'm pretty sure I operate from this perspective. I don't know how much more blunt you have to be than when I make a claim, I can back it up. So I've now gotten to the point when he makes these like assertions. I'm like, okay, put $1,000 in escrow. I will match it and I'll prove my shit. Let's do it. And then he claims that because I am willing to put up a G to prove it and that I can back up my point, he claims that means that I'm afraid. I'm like, so I'm willing to risk $1,000 to prove that you're wrong and I'm right, and I'm the one that's afraid. I mean, how does that make any sense? That's like the literal antithesis. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen you pay people before, John. When it was your challenge, your code challenge. Yeah, I've seen you. You're good for it. You're just making a claim that you're not willing to back up. You actually put your money where your mouth is. I don't know what more they want than that.
Yeah, I mean, they talked leading up to that. They talked so much trash that there was no way that I would put up the money. I mean, there were even Speed of Pudding was claiming that I didn't have the money, and like, there's no way he's got the money. And I'm like, okay. I honestly wonder what world these guys live in. To be honest, it's like,
yeah, but
See, no, they're just projecting because they know if they made a challenge like that, they wouldn't have the money.
Right. It sounds like a projection.
I mean, they may have the money. Who knows? But I mean, it's like that's neither here nor there. But the point is, like, why are you continuing to make these assertions? What's up, Andrew? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, getting pretty tired. Waiting for SFT to get his ass back in here so you guys can have your debate.
You saw that, didn't you?
If he's not more than an hour late, I'll be surprised. Okay.
No, I messaged him a few minutes ago. Like, where are you? He told me he's gonna. Okay, he just messaged me. I'm messaging him back right now. You said you would be back in an hour. I'm gonna tell him that I'm saying this out loud. I am telling the room that I am messaging you right now.
Thanks.
Don't disrupt him when he's mainlining coffee, okay, John?
Let's see. Okay, hang on.
I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna ban coffee someday.
Had coffee.
And let's see. Godzilla says.
I stocked up too.
Says to stop mainlining coffee.
Yeah, I was thinking about making my own brand so I could get rich off of him.
It might, yeah. Well, I don't know if it'd be that. I mean, there is competition.
Yeah, but you can't beat my last name, Kaufman's Coffee. It's pretty catchy.
Yeah.
Cool.
It might work, yeah.
So I guess while we're waiting for SFT, I did have a broad question for everyone about star formation, since I kind of glanced in and you guys were talking about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we have a question about it too.
Yeah. So I guess are all you familiar with the concept that the sun is getting hotter over time despite the fact that its main fuel source of hydrogen is decreasing in amounts. Probably could have phrased that better.
And that has to do with the star formation?
I haven't heard that specifically, but I've heard things similar to it.
I heard something, if it's true in physics, that you can make a black hole out of space. But even if that's true, you would have to have a lot of force to do that.
Right.
And where's the force? Where's the force coming from?
Usually gravity.
No, gravity comes from matter.
How well can we even measure the heat of the sun? Like
gravity doesn't even.
Well, I should be more precise. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it comes from matter. Go ahead.
Yeah. I should have been more precise. It's the luminosity of the sun. The luminosity is tied to temperature in astronomy, I believe.
Okay.
So it's basically the brighter the sun is, the hotter we know it is, just because that's how stars work.
Or I think it's been proposed that like the sun gets larger as well.
Yeah. No, I mean it's not getting as large as it's going to be when it's a red giant, for instance. But
well, I don't think we're gonna last that long. But yeah.
You mean like us as a species?
Well, I think the Lord will return by then. Of course, you don't agree with me on that, but
yeah, I respect that.
Well, I mean, it's recognized that we couldn't possibly maintain the same rate of technological status for an extended period of time before we run out of resources. So at that point, we either have to figure out how to leave the planet, or wouldn't necessarily go extinct, but we'd have to just leave or undo the technological advancement we currently enjoy. Go back to living in the jungle.
I got my piece of woods. My sawmill. I got my sawmill and woods and.
Well, I mean, yeah. According to like standard models of stellar evolution, it's the sun's eventually going to get so luminous that presumably the oceans are going to start boiling away.
Well, we'll probably be gone by that time, before that ever happens.
Yeah, probably before that too.
Yeah, we have a relatively narrow, and they keep trying to expand the Goldilocks zone, but it's not very big. There's not much growth of the sun allowance.
I think a lot of that also is like speculation, because we really don't have very good way of anticipating what things would be like in different conditions. And I think with all the stuff in abiogenesis we've been covering, it's like it doesn't even matter if you're in the right zone. You're not getting there anyways without intelligence.
Well, there's that too. I think we do know if we get further away, it's gonna get cold. I mean, we can get cold just from alterations in the tilt in relation to the sun dramatically changes temperature. I mean, so obviously if you move further away with the same tilt, it's just going to get that much colder.
Yeah. Any little thing.
It's relatively basic concepts to think about. Now, whether or not we could survive like with our technology and stuff. I mean, okay, it was exponentially, not exponentially, it was dramatically colder. I mean, everybody's not going to die necessarily, but I mean, growing food would be tough. You have to grow it indoors. You have to have power. I mean, in order to heat everything.
There's life around hydrothermal vents, so maybe it would survive. Who knows?
until it blows up.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of an off-topic question, but is anyone just amazed by the sheer diversity in sizes and masses of all of the stars in the galaxy? Like you look at the biggest stars out there just by volume, and they like dwarf our sun. I mean, it's just incredible.
I think the problem there
Eric-
is you can't actually see them without using a telescope usually.
Right.
Well, but Eric Hovind already did a video on that, illustrating the difference in sizes of the stars.
Yeah, I fail to actually marvel at it because it's like, okay, the math says it's that big, but it just looks like a dot.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I mean their physical size. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say real quick, the scripture says the heavens declare the glory of God, and it is amazing to look into the universe and with technology we have today to measure the size of these things. It's epic. The more I see, the more I think it demands a creator. It's just too much,
Yeah, what amazes me is how much information you can get just from the light coming from the stars. There's so much you can know and understand, even in relativity and everything, the galaxies and the movement of the galaxies, everything's just so much information to understand, and we can see it and understand it pretty much. It's really amazing.
I'm gonna see if I can try and find a picture.
Now, if we could only all understand that it can't make itself, then we'd be good.
A picture or a artist render?
Well, it's all gonna be artist rendering. like a size comparison.
That's what your profile picture is, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's a red giant star.
Well, I believe matter is like angels because it's different powers and capabilities. Only they're fixed, But in a sense, they're kind of like angels. Just any object is like an angel. It's like a power, a force, whatever.
We also have no idea what thing. If we're in a simulation universe, we also have no idea what we are actually perceiving. Actually, even if we're not in a simulated universe, the reality is what we're seeing is a render of the object. We actually have no idea if what we're rendering in our mind is actually what something is.
Yeah. It's our mind that makes it, and of course we're not seeing the reality anyways. Because when you look out into space, it's not what you see.
Exactly.
Beginning with the speed of light, it's not what you see.
Well, and like everything that we all of our senses, are actually information processing and translation into its input output of information that's being coded and decoded.
Right.
So it cracks me up so much. I really am starting to get it. I'm so sad for, but I'm also entertained by the Evo atheists that run around claiming all this stuff just happened.
And as a representations, we fabricate a representation of what we're seeing, somehow.
OPP.
Yeah.
You mind if I share a screen real quick?
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh. Can you see it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm having Wi-Fi trouble, so I might drop out. But hey, it's good talking to y'all, and keep on keeping on, brother.
I appreciate you, Andrew. You have a great night, man.
All right.
Yeah, you too.
Good talking.
So what you're seeing here is a kind of a size comparison of what we think the sizes of the sun versus this other star called Scuti.
Where's the sun?
I don't know where these names come from.
Is the sun a speck? Is that speck a sun?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like, well, it's a red supergiant, so I think most of them are at least 1,000 times the diameter of our sun, so they get pretty big.
Yeah, but they get bigger.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That they eventually get so big, I think, that we don't really know how big.
Yeah,
Because once they get to that size, I think they get so, for lack of a better word, puffy. That's kind of hard to determine. Okay, it's this big across because they're just
Right.
gas basically. So it kind of gets a little fuzzy.
Because I remember the sun just totally disappearing. So, and even Betelgeuse, I think, disappears or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And so it's huge. But I was hearing today, I think, that the black hole is like maybe less than 10% of the mass of the galaxy, and that the rest of the mass of the galaxy is the stars themselves that are orbiting, that are attracting themselves to themselves, basically.
10% of the mass of a galaxy is like a lot, though. Like, that's an
Yeah,
insane
I think it would be slightly less. I mean, like,
I mean, no, I just heard it from a physicist. Black
maybe it's
hole
a small galaxy.
physicist. Oh, yeah, I heard it from a black hole physicist that the black hole is like 10% or less than the mass of the galaxy itself. Which, yeah, I might tend to doubt too myself, because
Yeah,
there's a lot of there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room and space inside of a black hole because of the dilation of distance. That for a lot of matter can be located there. So
Yeah,
that's
like,
what
I don't know nearly enough about astronomy to really comment on that.
Have you
Right,
guys
but
ever heard it? Oh, sorry.
yeah, but they said that most of the mass is in the stars themselves of the galaxy, which I question everything they say anyway. But that's
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of the galaxy? I think it's called IC 1101.
what describe it? What's it like?
So I think it's the biggest galaxy we found so far. It has at least 1 trillion stars, is the current estimate.
Yeah, they just came out. They just came out with a paper on it or something, or an article or something.
Oh, really?
I think they did. Yeah, I think they came out with something like that.
Yeah, because there's different kinds of galaxies, basically. Ours is spiral. You guys probably know this, but for anyone in the audience, there's spiral galaxies.
Yeah.
And this one's an elliptical galaxy, and it dwarfs the Milky Way. There are lots of things in
Right.
space bigger than our local neighborhood.
And
Isn't
and
the
those
average number of
big
stars in a
galaxies.
galaxy like 100 billion, I think? See, I only know this because we would talk about it in power scaling discussions. Like, oh, this guy could destroy a galaxy, though. That's how strong he is compared to this guy that could destroy
Oh
X
boy,
number of stars.
don't even get me started.
Yeah, those big galaxies, they look all fuzzy and everything. That's because it's so massive and there's so many stars in it. It's just looks like a big fuzzball.
Well, also they're redder they're redder. Kind of, I think it's kind of a scale from blue to green to red, and I think our galaxy is green, in the sense that red means not as many stars. According to the models, which I know you guys disagree with, but according to these models, red means not as many stars are being produced in the galaxy compared to blue, for instance. Because blue means, because blue means
as if a galaxy produces stars. I mean, maybe if the black hole spits them out or something, but that doesn't seem.
Well, I think it's supposed to be like the gas condenses into a star. So
But it would only, if it's making stars, it would have to take matter to spit it out back out and make stars, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, star formation is very inefficient. You know, it's only been, like, according to the Big Bang model, like, the highest rate of star formation was actually about 10 billion years ago. So it's dramatically dropped off since then.
Well, apparently, since we never saw one form, but
I disagree on that.
yeah, they think they seen one, but
well, I mean, of
I
course,
mean,
we haven't seen one form. That's just
if
because.
I mean, if you're going to compare the stars dying to the ones forming, they're dying a lot faster than they form. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, it's like I said, the rate is dropping off.
Yeah, and if you're going to make a star, I mean, you need the matter to do that.
Yep.
You need the hydrogen to do that, and you know.
Does anyone know where LPP went, by the way?
It's gotta come. Maybe
Not
maybe
that
it
way.
took
I
off
don't think he would
because
have passed out quite yet.
maybe it took off because of SFT never showed up or something.
He's good. I don't know, going on different
Or
streams.
maybe
I wonder
maybe
if
he went looking. He went looking for him. I guess I don't know.
Look through hyperspace.
Yeah, look through the hyperspace of the other after shows.
Through the fabrication of yeah, whatever.
Oh, or someone in chat just said Big Bang label might be just as ridiculous as the hypothesis. I disagree with that. Or well, I'd agree. I don't think the Big Bang is a good name for it. I prefer the everywhere stretch by Minute Physics.
Well, like, I think it's still like a bang in the sense of an expansion. Like, that's what an explosion really is, I think. It's just
I wouldn't say it's a typical explosion, is how I would put it.
What exploded? I mean, you'd have to have matter. You have to have all the matter in the universe there. You know, in some kind of plasma or something, which has a problem with gravity. If you got all that matter in one place, you know, it's got to overcome the gravity, and how are you going to do that? When
like a stretch implies the force comes from the outside.
It's more massive than a black hole. I mean, a supermassive black hole. It's more massive than that.
The thing about that is that general relativity, which is what the Big Bang theory is based on. The gravity kind of works slightly differently in that rapidly expanding state than for black holes, for instance, because a black hole, you have everything collapsing to a singular state.
Yeah, obviously, if it's rapidly expanding, it's going to be different. But what is it? Is it the then it would be it would have to be an explosion then to overcome the gravity.
Yeah, I think stretch is weird because, like, when you stretch out elastic, right, you're grabbing the outside ends and pulling. Whereas with the proposed Big Bang, it would be more from the inside going out, which isn't really what you think of with the stretch.
Yeah, it's hard to picture. It's the most accurate way to think about it is that the scale of space itself is getting larger. There's actually a specific term for it called the scale factor.
But somehow the hot plasma got too hot or something. That's the only way. And it would, then in that case, it would be an explosion.
Yeah, it was like an explosion at least.
Which is not exactly what we see. We don't.
I found LPP. He's on the Smoky Saint show.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Guess it's us now.
And, well, yeah, he had something to talk about.
I wonder if Stanning's gonna show up at this point. I can't wait forever.
Yeah, maybe we'll. What are they going to talk about?
To do.
Oh, he's going to talk to you? Oh.
Yeah, I think he wanted to talk about genetic entropy and stuff. I was kind of talking to him earlier because
Yeah.
I didn't feel like he addressed one of my questions, so he wanted to debate it more.
Yeah. You want to talk to
That's
me
like he's
about
like
it?
always awake, but you can't always find him, you know?
Yeah. I wonder, or should we call out his name 3 times? Maybe I'll show up.
Yeah. That's Beetle standing for truth.
Yeah. I'm just reading the comments. Oh, there's LPP.
There he is.
Oh, wait, maybe we called his name 3 times.
Oh, LPP
So-
came back. I saw you on Smokies.
So you think that genetics can write instruction that's not there? It can duplicate itself, right? But can it write novel instruction that's not there?
Kind of depends on what you mean by novel, in the sense.
That's what it would have to do if you if you want to overcome the entropy, you would have to generate instruction and information that's not there.
I would say emergently new information, in the sense that from that you get new things, but I wouldn't say it's
Right.
fundamentally new, if that makes sense.
The idea is that you copy existing information, and then that sidelines because it'll take one copy and not the other, or it'll utilize one copy, not the other, and then that copy that's not being used supposedly becomes new information, but nobody's ever seen it become new information. It's basically just a copy of existing information.
Yeah, I've kind of, I don't remember all of the duplication events.
Well, I know that the Y chromosome is different numbers of copies of the same information. That's what the code is. That's what those differences are between us, which aren't really differences. They're just different numbers of copies of the same information that everybody shares.
Well, Andrew, I'll ask you, like, what's your problem with the genetic entropy problem? Are you questioning like the ratio of the types of mutations, or the are you saying selection will get rid of the negative ones? Like, what's your objection to it?
I guess kind of twofold, in the sense that I think you can't have it both ways. At least that's my understanding. Like I've talked to professors about this, and basically they said it's either neutral or it's not. It can't be both neutral and have an effect on fitness.
Okay, but I don't see why that conflicts, right?
Say that again.
The point with genetic
probably
entropy is
neutral.
that most mutations have a slightly negative effect on fitness.
Right, but like also that they're not selectable, right?
I don't think you even necessarily need that, but that is part of the point where they're difficult to select for.
But that seems to me to be a different thing than adding information. That seems to be altering the information that's already here.
Yeah, see, I'm of the view that even if the bad mutations are selectable, it still wouldn't be good enough because you're getting more than one bad mutation per generation. So you would either have to select out everyone or not select out everyone. Because if you were to select out bad mutations, every single person has a bad mutation.
But it assumes a mutation can be beneficial. I mean,
right.
If you want to be technical or picky, there could be a slight benefit, but you are assuming that a mistake can be beneficial.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you get a random smattering of mutations, the ones you have, you're some individuals are necessarily going to have ones that are less bad than others. And that means there's going to be differential reproductive success.
Okay,
but
like
they're all
here's the way
bad.
I like to think about it. Let's say everyone had a fitness score right now of like 1. I think that every in the next generation, the number of people whose fitness is 1 or greater will be less than the number needed for a sustainable population. So you're gonna have some people with less than 1, and then that's just gonna keep going down. And you just can't have a stable population of everyone is the same fitness or greater. There's going to be a decrease every generation.
Well, I mean, we observe racehorses not getting any better. We observe, people not getting any better.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, genetic entropy, or otherwise called error catastrophe, as I've heard it, hasn't really been observed anywhere. If anything, it's just been observed in lab conditions with viruses, I believe.
The thing was
pretty much it.
Well, if the racehorse is not getting
terms.
faster, it's not getting better. If the racehorse is not getting faster, it's getting slower. It can't be good.
I wouldn't conflate error catastrophe with genetic entropy, because error catastrophe is basically like when it rapidly heads down towards extinction, whereas genetic entropy is more of a slow and gradual type of thing. Not like slow in evolutionary terms, but slow as in it still takes a few hundred generations.
The overall population
might take, thousands of years.
Why? I mean, like viruses reproduce really quickly, though.
It would have to affect the whole
viruses are a
population.
bit different than large mammals, though. There's different factors involved.
Right. Well, I guess I'm just saying that's all we've observed error catastrophe in. So if
right, because error catastrophe has to be super fast, and that's not what genetic entropy is.
Okay. Well, I guess it just seems to me that if I mean, I can see what you're saying, but it seems to me if it's almost too slow to notice, then it might as well not exist.
Well, like in evolutionary terms, basically all the big changes are too slow to notice.
Yeah, I mean, over time it's going to accumulate and then, then escalate.
Yeah, like you say it's too slow to notice, while all the evolutionary changes would be too slow to notice.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't matter
I
how.
disagree on that, but
It doesn't matter how fast it is. It doesn't matter how fast it is. It's not making new information.
Well, no, I'm saying like the large scale changes, right? Because we can observe the microgenetic entropy, let's call it, where there's a slight decline in fitness. But we're not seeing like the macro that goes all the way down to extinction, from high fitness to extinction. We're not
Neanderthals
across the board because we haven't seen it for a long enough time.
Yeah, we saw it in Neanderthals apparently.
Well, I would just say that if you can't demonstrate it rapidly, then at least the concept of it seems a little suspicious, is all I would say.
Well,
I don't know about that. I think that would be a bad evolutionary case, though. You can't demonstrate eukaryotic evolution, for example, rapidly either.
As far as time goes, it doesn't matter how fast it is. If it's degrading over time, it'll completely degrade.
LPP
as opposed to regenerate itself.
Yeah, LPP, wake up! Someone's backstage. Is he still on the other stream? Just wait.
Maybe.
Okay, what do we got here? Oh, mine been. Oh, we got Brenda. SFT, the Evolution Destroyer. SFT is here.
Did he change his name?
Yeah, if that's SFT.
Seems a slight modification. SFT, have you evolved? Haha.
No, he added information.
I've experienced some information adding mutations that have taken me from SFT to SFT, the evolution destroyer. So that's the evidence, gentlemen.
Yep.
Nice jacket, by the way. Nice color.
What's that?
I said nice color jacket, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
I like the color of it.
Yeah, once the big show's over, then I get to get comfy again, put on my comfy clothes, more athletic wear. So what's going on, gentlemen? Jungle Jargon, good to see you, brother. Nice jacket, nice sweater.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice
Cool
garage.
sunglasses too.
So is LPP rocking 2 streams at once right now, or what?
I guess
Yeah,
so.
something like that. Y'all let him in the other stream to let you in.
LPP.
What other streams are you on? Pray?
LPP has gotten stuck between 2 dimensions.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah.
We're here to save you, LPP.
He got lost in cyberspace.
So have you guys been going at it pretty good the last 40 minutes? I mean, we got Godzilla freaking here. As well.
Yeah, we've been doing the
we've been talking about stars and stuff.
Talking about stars?
Yeah, star
We did that
formation
for a
and
bit,
all
so.
that.
Talking
Gone
about
to a little bit of
yeah,
a little bit of it.
Well, I'm glad you stayed up.
Still looking for a mechanism.
Later, Andrew. Waiting for. See, here's the thing. When I do a show, right? We had the Matt Slick debate, which was a solid debate. We had like 200 or 120 people. But then, you got to have some wife time as well. So we put on a movie, relaxed. Couple hours flew by. One God is Nowhere says, I'm wearing my Standing for Truth t-shirt. Will there be an SFT logo t-shirt soon? There is. Go to creationistclothing.com. And I don't know. I think we got like 12 different t-shirts. I need to start wearing the SFT logo t-shirt, actually, I think, for streams. But they are there. They are available. So, yeah, check that out.
Oh, yeah, just to let you know, you're supposed to pronounce that as God is now here.
Yeah. Everybody says God is
nowhere.
nowhere.
I guess it could go both ways, right?
Yeah.
So that's the 2 of you picked out a giant skyscraper for us to have our epic finale.
Epic showdown, Superman versus Zod, SFT versus a rational empiricist.
Yeah. I swear we should. I'd be flattered if we made that a meme. I swear.
We got an Evinrude Ranger in there. Yeah, Evinrude. It's an outboard motor, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, I should get a picture of Zod and Superman going at it, Andrew, and I'll Photoshop my face on Superman's, of course, and yours on Zod, because Superman always beats Zod, so that makes sense. Just kidding.
Yeah, I've never asked you this question before, SFT. Do you like reptiles? What's your thoughts on reptiles in general?
Do I like reptiles?
Yeah, like just in general.
In general, yeah, I like reptiles. I don't like them to the point where I'd have them as a pet running around my house, but I do I do like them. We have zoos close by that I've gone to, and
I've actually based my newest logo or my newest StreamYard avatar right here on, or actually, can anyone actually see it? Can you guys guess what it is?
A Komodo dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, that's is it Komodo dragon? No.
Yeah, it's kind of weird being brown, but you can tell by like the.
Yeah, I guess
I
that
thought it
does
was
kinda look like a Komodo.
I thought it was a tardigrade.
Maybe.
Yeah, it looked like a
Tardigrades are pretty
tardigrade.
cool. anyways, so SFT, did you want to have our little cordial discussion right now before I do have to head out later tonight, so it'll have to be slightly shorter.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It's been a long day, so that's understandable. Yeah, let's discuss, I guess, kind of what we were touching on in the chat in terms of net gain versus net loss,
right,
and mutation accumulation. I know you had your specific example of a beneficial mutation that you wanted to touch on as well. So
well, I should make a correction. Actually, I've looked at the actual paper, and as far as I can tell, that the current fitness effects of it are unknown. So that I will say.
Okay. Can you put the paper in the private chat, maybe?
Yeah. Let me see where I can find it.
Or you can just send it after. I definitely like to look at it.
Okay. Yeah.
It does say fitness effects are unknown now.
Yeah, near the end of the paper.
Could you just quickly summarize like what the mutation is?
Yeah. Yeah, most of the information I actually got from a summary of it, given to me by a professor via email. So basically, it was, so you have this pleiotropic enhancer for this gene called SCOOT. And SCOOT controls the arrangement of bristles along the adult fruit fly. And in one species of fruit fly, you have a substitution. And it caused an increase in the number of bristles on the genitalia kind of region. I'm not a fruit fly anatomy expert, but and so a decrease on the genitalia and increase in the bristles on the forelimbs. And so the topic of this question is basically, is this a net loss of information? And if so, what specific component kind of contributes to that net loss, basically?
See, to me, this just sounds like a quantitative difference, like how tall someone is, almost. Because it seems the information is the same, it's just a change in the quantities.
So, okay, so from what I gathered there, you said a gene called SCOOT that controls the arrangement of bristles on the fruit fly. And in one specific species of the fruit fly, a substitution, you said, was observed that increased the number of bristles. But then you pointed out that there was a decrease in the number of bristles in one part of the anatomy of the fruit fly, while you also had the increase in another part of the anatomy. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. So I guess my logic in this question is basically, if you're going to say one part, according to your model, if you're going to say one part is a loss, or one part contributes to the loss, basically, then the other part, by necessity, must be a gain by definition.
Right. So what I would say is this: in terms of the genetic entropy thesis and population geneticists, even the population geneticists that aren't young earth creationists that have acknowledged this problem, they understand that populations of organisms, okay, can be undergoing genetic decline due to the huge numbers of low impact deleterious mutations that are accumulating from generation to generation. But they do acknowledge that you can have a handful of high impact beneficial mutations. Okay, so what that results in, though, is a genome that's degenerating in so many ways, while you may be having a localized adaptive event. But the point is, those localized adaptive events, which this example in the fruit fly seems to be, is not actually going to address the bigger picture of net gain versus net loss, because it's not necessarily net gain versus net loss on this specific example. It's as a whole. population-wide, the mutations that are accumulating in the population. So that one single high impact beneficial, yes, will be amplified by natural selection. Whether the beneficial mutation itself is reductive or non-reductive doesn't address the key issue, which is the fact that so many low impact, nearly neutral mutations that are essentially deleterious are accumulating in other places within the genome. I'll say this as an analogy and then I'll yield. It's kind of like your car, okay, where you can fine tune your car. Let's say you had a 10-year-old car, and within those 10 years, you brought it for regular tune-ups, servicing, change the tires. Well, those localized fine-tuning events are not going to actually stop the car from degenerating eventually. As in, after 10 years, no matter how many tune-ups you have done, how many times you've changed the tires or the windshield wipers, your car is still eventually going to rust out. So the best way I could describe your example of a beneficial mutation with these bristles would be analogous to the car and me changing the tires, or my windshield wipers are just not working effectively anymore, so I replace them with new ones. Sure, I had a localized gain of some kind, a localized fine-tuning event, but it didn't address the key issue, is the point. Go ahead, Andrew. What are your thoughts?
So I guess my first question would be, perhaps we need to make a slight, because in my mind, there's a slight distinction between fitness effects and information content, at least in a broad sense. So it seems to me, at least, that information content, where it's a net loss or gain, is kind of irrespective of what effects that has on the fitness of the organism, if that makes sense.
Okay, now I want to clarify though. In terms of fitness, that's where we get the idea that most things are slightly harmful, slightly slightly bad mutations, and nothing's truly neutral. If you're just talking about information, then you can have neutral mutations. That's no longer a problem. So say you have like a house blueprint, right? And the chimney is, say, 3 feet long. If we change something on the blueprint to make that chimney 4 feet long, the information has basically gone through a neutral change. And that's okay. There will be an effect on fitness there that's not neutral, but the information really hasn't changed much at all. And from a quantity of information perspective, it stayed the same.
Right. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I feel like I would agree with that. Like, in terms of, for instance, this example, like I said, I couldn't find any negative or positive fitness effects of this mutation. Presumably. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just finish. Don't worry.
So I guess I would just say that perhaps the question, so if, because the claim often made is that mutations, or maybe not by you guys, but like some creationists out there I do hear saying that either mutations don't lead to new information, or they're always a decrease in information. And I don't know how that applies here, and that's kind of more the question that I'm asking. So in terms of fitness effects, I'd be inclined to agree, but in terms of the information content,
well, here's the thing.
I don't think you just stick the or statement in those, because those are two very different statements. Saying that mutations always lead to a reduction in information, we don't say that. We say that that they could be. It's very easy to find a mutation that's neutral from a quantity of information perspective. So they don't always lead to a reduction, right? We would just say that your example is not changing the amount of information, because it's not.
Right. For example, I'll say this. In these papers that have been published, and these thousands of numerical simulations that have been done using Mendel's accountant, which truly is this massive computer program that is probably the most sophisticated evolutionary modeling system ever written. Okay, because you can take any parameter you want. You can take any mutation you want. You can take any mutation distribution, mutation rate. You can add in whatever population size you want. And when you run its course, okay, the outcome is pretty well always inevitable in the fact that it is genetic degeneration. And Dr. Sanford, he spoke at NIH, okay, and he has studied this problem, especially the problem of human genetic degeneration, probably more than anybody. And he acknowledges the fact, like most population geneticists, that you can have high impact beneficial mutations. And currently, the literature is telling us that beneficial mutations, we were discussing this in the live chat, Andrew, are about 1 in a million. So what they point out is the fact that the beneficial mutation, that 1 in a million, for the most part, they're usually reductive. Sickle cell anemia, okay, has a nice advantage, but essentially it's due to a broken protein, broken cell. And there's an advantage to be had, but it's a degenerative advantage. But they also point out that, yeah, you can probably have some truly beneficial examples that may not be reductive. And they account for all of those. They actually give evolution the beneficial of the doubt, and they have set parameters that are actually kind of unrealistic because we don't see it, but they have added in quite a few super beneficial mutations, and still all you ever get are these localized increases in fitness, but it's total functionality that decreases every time, especially over time. And that's what we find in these numerical simulations. And I'm not going to screen share because I did last time, but there are several papers documenting these as well that they're pretty technical. You know, if you haven't read them, that's fine, but I would definitely recommend it. And I'll say this, and then I'll yield, is a paper that I frequently cite from 2007, the distribution of fitness effects of new mutations. I just pulled it up in front of me, and they point out, these are evolutionary population geneticists, they point out that it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. Because remember, if you're defining fitness in terms of reproductive success, well, there are a ton of detrimental mutations that can be generated from generation to generation where the species or the organism can still have kids. Especially in the human population, we take care of each other. So I could be born with one leg, or I could be born with a third arm. I don't know, but I can still have kids and pass on those genes. So that's why oftentimes just looking to reproductive fitness is not going to work. You need to look at total functionality, I guess. I would yield. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I have another point to make there from more of the information perspective, where if we just, you know the game Flappy Bird, right?
Yeah, I think
So
so.
we sort of try to like dumb down the example here. You know how it's like you get to 10, you get 1 point per pipe, and then at 10 you get a medal, and then at 20 I think you get another one, something like that. I think with your example, it's like instead of getting 1 point per jump, you're getting 2, so you like change that. And then let's say instead of getting the medals at 10 and 20, you get them at 30 and 50, right? So in this example, you've changed some of the values around, like the quantity of bristles in different locations. But the number of bits of information in the program has remained the same. So from an information perspective, the amount of information is the same. And
Right.
that would just be the answer to your question, I think.
Okay. Well, I guess something to respond to what SFT said. So you mentioned these simulations. I think a good question to ask would be, and you mentioned reproductive success, for instance. So are these simulations based on relative fitness or absolute fitness, if that makes sense?
You're muted, SFT.
Muted.
My bad. Yeah, I would say that they account for both, as in you're going to see relative fitness increases or decreases. And at the same time, you're going to see whether or not there's a total decrease in absolute fitness or total functionality. And it's these population geneticists throughout these massive numbers of papers over the years that have documented and understood what an effectively neutral mutation is, which is a slightly deleterious mutation. And that's the point. It's those that are the most harmful. We can have natural selection amplifying your best beneficial mutations. Now, most of them are reductive, but once again, some of them may not be reductive at all. For example, this example seems to be, well, I mean, you've got a gain of bristles in one area and a loss of bristles in the other. So I don't see it helping at all. It's not very impressive to me personally. But the fact is, it's those low impact mutations that all these population geneticists point to as the biggest problem, because it's those ones that accumulate and still allow us to pass on our genes and have kids, because they're deleterious, but they're not deleterious enough where we still can't have kids. That's why every single human being on this planet is multiply mutant, which means natural selection can't rid the population of all the mutants, or else that would rid the entire population of humans, and then we'd be extinct, of course, right? So even if you got rid of the worst mutants, you're still left with mutants that are more mutant than the generation before it. So yeah, these localized events, they are looked at and accounted for in these numerical experiments and simulations, and they have added in parameters where you've got these super beneficial mutations that aren't reductive. Just for sake of argument, let's throw them in there. And still total functionality always decreases and things get worse. Things go downhill. Go ahead, Ayul.
So I guess my thoughts on this are that if a mutation is slightly deleterious, at least in my mind, it seems to me that the fact that you have kids, for instance, isn't necessarily what matters. It's kind of about adaptation, for instance, and like it seems to me that if you have a slightly deleterious mutation, that's still going to affect the amount of offspring you can have, even in the slightest degree. And that means that the next generation is necessarily going to be slightly less and less viable offspring. And to me, at least, that seems like this slightly deleterious mutation isn't going to be fixed in the population. So it may stick around, but it's not going to spread rapidly.
Okay, no, I think you're still not getting the point. It's not like, oh, we have this big population and one part of the population, like one person gets this mutation, and then a few generations later, oh, their lineage died off because it was deleterious, and now we're good. No, it's like literally every single person that's getting born has a bad mutation.
Right. We are all
so if you want to say, oh, they're all slightly worse off, so they're getting selected out, you're literally just eliminating the entire population at that point.
Right. It's like this. Okay. And actually, I want to point this out here. So here's a couple. So John's back. So this is good. Krov's concern. Okay. The high spontaneous mutation rate, is it a health risk? The typical mutation is very mild. It's exactly what we're saying. It usually has no overt effect, but shows up as a small decrease in viability or fertility. For the past few centuries, harmful mutations have been accumulating. The decrease in viability from mutation accumulation is some 1 to 2% per generation. Okay. And we can go on all day in terms of quotes from these population geneticists. For example, Kondrashov talks about very slightly deleterious mutations is like a ticking time bomb. So what Godzilla Freak pointed out, Andrew, it's the fact that the entire population is multiply mutant. We're all mutant than the generation before it. So that being said, you can get rid, let's say we got 7 billion people on the planet, okay? Fine. Get rid of the worst mutants. The worst mutant. Remember, everybody's multiply mutant, but let's just say the percentage of people that's just a little bit more mutant, okay? Get rid of them. Let's say half of the population, 4 billion roughly. Well, it doesn't solve anything because we're all multiply mutant. We've still accumulated 100 new mutations per person per generation. We have 100 more mutations than we did the generation before it. So now all we're left with is roughly 4 billion people who are more mutant than the generation before it. So the point is, and these thousands of numerical simulation experiments actually verify this, what we get is a selection process that may be able to slow down the degeneration process, but it can't stop. It's inevitable. No matter what parameters we set, even unrealistic parameters like all of these super beneficial mutations popping up that natural selection is amplifying, when in fact the truth is, when we look at nature, even most of your beneficial mutations are not amplified because of all the genetic and environmental noise going on. Okay, it's kind of like static on a TV. It's hard to pinpoint one little piece of static, and that's kind of going on with natural selection in terms of our genetics, because selection acts on the phenotype, not on the genotype. It's either every single nucleotide or none at all. Okay, so a lot of these beneficial mutations actually turn out to be lost and not amplified. But even with the best parameters where we say, okay, let's amplify a few, it still doesn't work. Still doesn't work. So that's the point, Andrew, is everybody's multiply mutant and natural selection can only slow it down. And even the examples you're showing, with the bristles, they're accounted for. As in, okay, for sake of argument, let's just say this was non-reductive. Let's even say it was a super beneficial mutation, which it sounds like it wasn't. Because it sounds like there's kind of a net effect. You lose some in one area, you gain some in another. Okay, we're even kind of thing. But let's just say, for sake of argument, it was a super beneficial mutation. Still doesn't work. These localized adaptive events don't help with the decrease in total functionality. Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to add here, there's an important point to be made that there is a cost for natural selection. Natural selection doesn't freely get rid of bad mutations. The way natural selection gets rid of these mutations is that's to kill off the organism and its lineage, which means that if a sufficient percentage of the population is going downhill, you can't kill them all off. Otherwise, your population will shrink, right? If the amount in the population, the next generation, that have harmful mutations is greater than the amount of like population increase per generation, then selecting them off will diminish your population. So you can't do that anymore because selection has that cost associated with it.
Listen, Godzilla. Evolution is socialism, and I'm sorry, but things can come for free.
Why didn't I think of that?
Okay, why don't we give Andrew, because we both kind of threw around a lot of points there. Why don't we, I'll mute myself, and why don't you just kind of take your time, gather your thoughts, and let us know what you think in terms of the points we've made.
Right. So I guess a question I might ask would be, so
I guess I can't mute because then you go full robotic. So
I forgot about that.
Let me change that up. I won't mute, but I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
So I guess so you guys are saying that not all mutations are harmful.
Is that a question?
Sorry, I got distracted for a second. So not all mutations are a net loss. So it seems to me, I can kind of get what you're saying about these specific lineages, and how most of the population is still kind of degenerating. But I feel like even then there's going to be variation, for instance, in the amount of I think I was talking about this earlier, the amount of badness, basically. And that means you're going to reach kind of a fluctuation around kind of an equilibrium point. And I feel like this argument has been put forward, but I still think that if there's differences in how the effects of the mutations and how kind of deleterious they are, then those mutations are still going to be affected by selection.
Okay, no, like they are getting affected by selection, but selection is actively going to take out the population if you select out the worst. So basically, you get to the point where it's like, if you select out the slightly bad and the really bad, your population is just going to go extinct. If you only select out the really bad, then the slightly bad is going to build up over time.
Well, I mean, like variation is kind of a bell curve, basically. So it seems like it would stay around the middle.
You know, the problem is the bell curve isn't at the middle. The bell curve is slightly shifted towards the deleterious side. And that bell curve is moving more deleterious over time, right? So eventually you're getting to the point where the fitness is at a really low level because the bell curve is going to keep moving.
And what we're going to find is extinction before we find any real equilibrium. Alexei Kondrashov, The Crumbling Genome. In the average human genotype, over 100 genes are dysfunctional or altogether missing, and over 1,000 genes are substantially impaired. So I think I heard Andrew say earlier that we don't have the evidence today for genetic degeneration when we do, actually. And these population geneticists are acknowledging it. He also points out a newborn human carries about 100 new de novo mutations originated in the germline of their parents, about 10% of which are substantially deleterious. So what's funny is Alexei Kondrashov is acknowledging this. He's saying 10% because he holds to a genome of functionality of about 10%, when in fact we know it's more like 60, 70, 80%. So what's funny is Alexei Kondrashov, a population geneticist, is acknowledging that this is a huge problem, even when we assume the only 10% of the genome is functional. Now we know about 60 to 80% is functional. Whoa, I mean, that means evolution did not happen. And right here is the some data on the super beneficial mutations and the numerical simulations. And it says, in terms of numerical scores within a simulation experiment, just a few extremely beneficial mutations can more than compensate for large numbers of low impact deleterious mutations, right? That's the argument. But this leads to increasing fitness only in a narrow and artificial sense. In the broader sense, the whole genome is still degenerating because while a few nucleotide sites are being improved, huge numbers are being degraded. This type of trade-off is not sustainable as it results in a shrinking functional genome size. We actually have verified this in the long-term Lenski experiment, where we have seen just this. Many, many localized adaptive events. But after years and years of running this experiment, what we have is Lenski's 12 bacterial populations. They've all shrank in functional genome size. So overall, in terms of absolute fitness and total functionality, we have shrinking functional genome sizes and a decrease overall. A decrease is what we see in terms of the bigger picture. I yield.
So it seems to me. Oh,
I'll unmute. Go ahead.
So it seems to me that like, as far as I could tell from like Google Scholar and trying to research this for myself, the only resources I could find on this were in small scale experiments, and even then, I have found now Dr. Dan has gone over this, and I know you don't like him, but many of the experiments that have been done are kind of iffy, and as far as I can tell, and as far as I've researched, it doesn't seem like there are very many examples of error catastrophe in nature.
Well, I mean, okay, I could share screen on about like 12 different examples, but I'm at least going to share of actual populations that went extinct due to mutational meltdown. John, share my screen one more time. I want to show an example of today, as in genetic degeneration today in the human population, as in terms of what population geneticists are saying. So right here, Michael Lynch, another world famous population geneticist, he is pointing out in the United States, the incidences of a variety of afflictions, including autism, male infertility, asthma, immune system disorders, diabetes, already exhibit increases exceeding the expected rate. He also goes into rates of autism, people being diagnosed with some type of autism in the autism spectrum disorder, and points out the long-term consequences of such effects is an expected genetic deterioration in the baseline human condition. So population geneticists are actually recognizing this today as a real problem, as we're seeing it in humans. We're seeing the rise of thousands and thousands of these new genetic related diseases, and I'll yield here, many of them being epigenetic and environmental. For example, autism probably has an epigenetic component as well. And the argument from Dodgeball Dan in terms of the fact that he doesn't like the results of Mendel's accountant. Well, you can add in whatever parameter you want, and it is recognized as one of the most sophisticated evolutionary programs in terms of simulating the mechanisms, natural selection, mutations, and so on and so forth. So thousands of simulations have been done, and they all verify and corroborate exactly what these evolutionary population geneticists are saying. So this puts real shelf lives on genomes, and it is a major problem for large-scale evolution. I yield.
I would also like to add that in the case of pointing to specifically error catastrophe, it's sort of like, looking for the wrong thing. Right? If I asked you, oh, with evolution, have we observed like a wing forming on an organism? You would say no, right? Not in one step, because it takes much longer than that. Well, genetic entropy is the same way. You're not going to have immediate error catastrophe.
Right.
Because it takes more than how many generations have we sequenced for large mammals? Like basically none. It's going to take longer than what we've seen so far to have error catastrophe. Right, so you're sort of just looking for the wrong thing.
Right, well, I would say, for instance, that there are smaller mammals and organisms, like not necessarily just bacteria or anything like that, but like larger organisms than that, and they're not obviously going extinct.
But like, how many generations have we looked at?
Well, like, we know they've been through hundreds, thousands of generations because they're documented probably in historical documents from the Greeks, probably.
Well, see, then that's a different problem, because with error catastrophe, they're specifically talking about like sequencing it and showing that the mutations cause the decline. Right. In the case of just the species way back in time, we don't know what the initial fitness was.
Right.
And right here is a paper that I'd recommend, Andrew, that shows mutation rates are similar for all mammals when based on mutation rate per year. This means that mammals, both even mice and men, should degenerate similarly in the same amount of time. This suggests that the major mutation mechanisms are not tightly correlated to cell divisions. And there are many localized examples of genetic degeneration in tropical crops. We've seen it in hominid populations, which best probably explains the extinction of Naledi, Erectus, Neanderthalensis, Floresiensis, H1N1 virus is showing H1N1 virus, the human version, went extinct due to genetic entropy. Isolated butterfly populations. Here's a paper right here, demonstrates a high genetic load. So these localized events, especially in terms of inbreeding, it's a sneak preview into where we are going as a larger population genetically, right? It's going to take longer for us as compared to a small localized population that is experiencing inbreeding, where there is faster mutation accumulation and accelerated genetic degeneration. But since we are all multiply mutant, well, it is inevitable that we also degenerate, and we're seeing it. I showed you paper upon paper where we have the increase in all of these genetic related diseases and epigenetic related diseases as well. How do you explain that, Andrew?
Yeah, and I think there's something very important with what SFT just showed in one of his earlier slides, and that's that the mutation rate is similar per year rather than per generation for mammals, because for the mammals that have faster generation times, they're generally accumulating less mutations per generation, such that if we're looking at something like mice, which reproduces faster, that's not actually going to mutate faster from a time perspective because of what he just showed, that the mutations are similar per year.
Right. Well, I think, like, for instance, in the human example, and this is probably the last thing I'm going to say before I will have to head out, and I think someone backstage wants in, is the fact that humans, I don't know if it's clear that humans are subject to natural selection, at least not in the same way as natural populations.
Right. Oh, yeah. Keep going, Andrew. No problem. Keep going.
And so it seems to me, at least, that, okay, perhaps we can isolate these specific examples in humans, perhaps the entire human species, or perhaps other species of viruses, bacteria, or things like that. But I don't know if such a thing has been documented, like in natural populations that are subject to natural selection. So I guess that would be my final point.
Well, no, you have to realize, though, the reason we're looking at humans is not because we're trying to, like, cherry pick or something. It's just because humans is what we have historical data for, because
Right.
that's what we study the most.
And we're studying the human genome so extensively where we can document all of these diseases. And I will say this, even with relaxed selection, right, the fact that humans take care of the sick, there is a type of relaxed selection for sure as compared to in nature. That just means that humans will degenerate faster than animal populations that are not necessarily experiencing relaxed selection. And numerical simulations document this as well, in that even in mammal populations and setting all these different parameters, you're still going to have genetic degeneration. Now, that being said, humans also kill each other. There's a lot of wars. There's been a lot of wars in the past, of course. So, there could be a counterbalance there to the relaxed selection. But regardless, your best case scenario for the evolutionists just means humans will degenerate and accumulate diseases faster than animals in the wild, but animals in the wild will still eventually degenerate. It just all means we're going downhill. That's it. We're all going downhill from a perfect starting point. Okay, you can take these mutations that have been accumulated back to a point of least mutation accumulation. That would be a point of perfection. That would be a point before the fall. And it's all consistent with the biblical model. And us as biblical creationists have no reason to reject that because the scientific data corroborates it, I yield.
Okay. Yeah.
My bad. Go ahead, brother. Take your time. I gotta stop muting. I know you got that robot voice when we mute.
Yeah, I don't know why it's going on. Yeah, I would just say, especially that population argument. That's one I hadn't thought about before. So thanks for the versus the specific lineage, for instance. That's argument I'm gonna have to look into, but everything else I still kind of hold to, of course. So I don't think we're gonna change many opinions right now. But anyways, I do have to head out, and I think Brenda is backstage, I believe.
Yeah, no problem.
It was a good talk.
I want to start saying that more because I feel like a lot of people are getting caught up with, oh, this lineage will get selected out. When the reality is, no, every lineage is going through it at the same time.
Right, exactly. Yeah, everybody's multiply mutant.
Yeah,
think of it that way. But that was a good, respectful discussion, and we enjoy
I'll look into
discussing with you, Andrew, because it never turns into a dumpster fire, and I like that.
Well, I try and keep it that way. But all right, well, you guys have a good night, and until next time.
Imagine believing in genetic entropy. There's no evidence for it.
I will.
Will's an evolutionist now.
Yeah, you let me alone tonight, bro. I became an evolutionist because of that. I've got debunked by the workspace salvationist.
Is there another evolutionist waiting to get in here?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah,
I'm somebody else.
Yeah, Brenda.
Brenda?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Will's always the one who asks multiple times. Did you see someone asking like 5 times in a row? That's probably Will.
Yeah, let's bring in Brenda. Let's see if she can give us a type of selection that'll remove so many low-impact deleterious mutations that are accumulating from generation to generation. Let's do it.
Oh, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever it is for you.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yeah. That's SFT's wake schedule, by the way. Those are the times he's awake.
My schedule has improved lately. I will say that. GS.
So what's the argument? What's the argument?
It's junk science. Don't listen to them.
So the argument is mutations are accumulating far too quickly and in far too many for selection to be able to filter out so many mutations and stop the eventual genetic degeneration of populations over time, Brenda.
Oh, where's the evidence for that?
Here, let me share a screen and show you.
Or you can just quickly reference it.
Well,
you don't have to go into detail.
I don't think I know, but I don't think you're going to believe me unless I show you the quote. So, John, if you could,
genetic entropy has been debunked. That's debunked.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah,
been
it is.
debunked.
It's
No,
been.
no, it
Erica has debunked it for you.
Brenda, you asked me a question. I don't want this to turn into a dumpster fire. Give me a minute to explain and show you the evidence, and then we'll let you respond. John, did you share my screen? Okay, yeah, you did. So we've got population geneticist after population geneticist acknowledging the fact that the typical mutation is very mild. The typical mutation is very subtle to fitness in that it's effectively neutral and it's unselectable. It's invisible to selection. Population geneticists such as Kondrashov considers these very slightly deleterious mutations, and they act like a time bomb in terms of driving populations to extinction. So I could show you 100 different references, but that should be good enough for now. Yeah, how do you deal with that, Brenda?
Well, he's not here anymore, but that just make me laugh. God
Where did Brenda go? Did Brenda run?
Said Erica. Like if they said
No,
that would still be more respectful.
Oh,
I'm here.
Okay, welcome back.
Well, hold on a second. Didn't Erica even himself said around 100 times that she's not a geneticist and she doesn't have a clue about what she's talking about?
Yeah, that's why she's irrelevant. And
she's not a scientist.
It's the argument that's important, isn't it? Though
it's the argument.
Well, no, but like Erica herself would say that she doesn't really.
Yeah,
do genetics.
but she has. But she and others have actually shown, standing for truth, that he is wrong about.
Okay, show me that I'm wrong right now. What type of selection can you present us with right now today, Brenda, that can remove so many slightly deleterious mutations that population geneticists acknowledge are a problem? Go ahead, take your time.
Well, I don't know that they're a problem.
I just showed you they're a problem from like 4 or 5 different sources.
No.
Answer the
You
question,
said
don't dodge.
So the Alexandry Kondrashov doesn't say what you say he says.
Okay, let me just share screen again then.
He says that Kondrashov argues that because of the slightly deleterious effect of mutations, the population will tend to be composed of individuals with a small number of mutations because of the recombination effect of sex on the genotypes. Individuals with fewer and more deleterious mutations will be created. Since there's a major selective disadvantage to individuals with more mutations, these individuals will die out. So he doesn't say what you said he said. He says differently. He says that sexual reproduction will take some of those mutations out.
Right. Okay. So good point. Good point. So what you're doing is looking to Kondrashov's so-called solutions, the solutions that he proposes. He proposes recombination might do it. He also proposes that synergistic epistasis might do it. The fact is, these rescue devices, okay, have all been falsified using numerical simulation experiments, and they're not able to explain away the rapid increase in genetic related diseases. Also, we have linkage groups where recombination cannot act upon, as these deleterious mutations are linked almost forever, apart from some episodes of gene conversion, of course. So therefore, deleterious mutations in those linkage groups that cannot be torn apart through recombination related events will accumulate and degenerate. These rescue devices have all been looked at. They've all been falsified. Recombination and synergistic epistasis, which Kondrashov does propose as mechanisms to solve genetic entropy, have been falsified. So
is the genetic epistasis, is that a standardly understood in the field as being a real thing?
Synergistic epistasis does happen, but when looked at in terms of numerical simulations and in nature, it actually drives populations into faster extinction events, as it's amplifying these mutations because they're having a synergistic effect. So no, synergistic epistasis as proposed by Alexei Kondrashov has been falsified. It doesn't work.
No, that's not true. That's not true, right? It's only true when there's a mutation accumulation experiment, right?
We have had mutation
in modern times, but not in the distant past, right?
In the distant, unobservable.
In modern times, you would call this a mutation accumulation experiment because, right, people are not being weeded out; they're being kept alive because of medical advances. But in the past, they were not. So there was not accumulation in the past. People died, right?
Well, the thing is, we haven't sequenced the people in the past, so
but
you can't just say that they weren't accumulating.
Were we able to survive? Were we able to save people with holes in their hearts in the past?
No. What you're saying is true. We do have relaxed selection in terms of medical advancements, helping each other.
Yeah.
But there seems to be a counterbalance in terms of how humans kill each other on a grand scale with all the wars in the past. So there seems to be a counterbalance. But even to give that argument to the evolutionists, what's not true? That we've killed billions and billions of people?
The level of violence and death in modern times is vastly less than it was in the past.
Well, the point is, there's always been war. There's always been conquest.
There's always been war, but it was greater and in greater numbers and greater percentages than today. Today is among the best time in human history.
Right?
Today is so there wasn't this accumulation of mutations in the past because war, disease, and famine was much more prevalent and took out many more people. Today, it would be called a mutation accumulation experiment.
Well,
today would be called. So today,
guys, just like
today would be called. So today would be called a mutation accumulation experiment. But in the past, we didn't have that. In the past, people were weeded out through war, disease, and famine.
Well,
so
right
today,
not selective.
Well, I just want to
that is selection.
Hey, listen, we'll go around the room.
So you do realize it's not just humans, right? We're looking at this for other animals as well, which haven't had a dramatic change in the amount of selection, and we're finding similar results.
Well,
I don't know. There might be some cherry-picked examples where you have a population of animals that are undergoing a mutation accumulation environment.
I just want to point out a couple things and try and address what Brenda's saying. So today we still have war conquest. We had war conquest famines in the past. Today we have abortion. Roughly 3,000 babies a day are being killed. Okay, so there seems to be a form of trade-off in terms of this relaxed selection. Okay, but even in the past, natural selection, removing the worst, amplifying the best, as we have always.
And so
stated,
the point
okay?
is that
the problem
those things
is
are not at the levels that they were in the past.
Yeah, we're right. But even in the past, every single individual.
Yes, but they're not at the same levels.
Every single individual still accumulated mutations from their parents, and every single individual still had more mutations than their parents and grandparents and great-great-grandparents.
Yeah, so what?
All throughout history, humans have always been more mutant than the generation before them. And therefore, genetic degeneration has always been a real thing, past, present. And
there's no such thing as genetic degeneration.
I could show you.
There's no such thing.
Oh no, there is.
Evolution doesn't make value judgments. You are making a value judgment and claiming that mutations are bad. Evolution doesn't make value judgments. You are placing a value judgment on a natural process and saying it's bad. Mutations aren't bad.
Mutations
not making
lead to
a moral
disease.
judgment.
One
We're just
single
talking about
point
the effect on
mutation
fitness.
can kill a human being. Mutations are not
But
good.
the
Population
vast
geneticists
majority
admit
don't.
that the vast majority of mutations are effectively neutral. That means they
Yes.
are unselectable and they are slightly deleterious, just like rust on a car, and just like single spelling mistakes in a book.
It's not
the size
rust,
of an
though.
encyclopedia.
That's a
Brenda,
bad
you're not gonna take your fish
analogy.
to fisherman. It's not a bad
Yes, it is.
analogy.
It is a bad
Perfect
analogy because it's not rust. It's not rust. It's growth.
Because it degenerates the instruction.
That's a value judgment. You're placing a value judgment on a natural process. A car is not an organism. Rust is not evolution.
The human is less of a human with mistakes.
You're begging the question when you say that rust is like genetic mutations. You are begging the question.
Rust isn't a value judgment either, right? Cars are just mechanical systems.
Right, but organisms are not cars.
But the point is that it's less functional, which you can make a value judgment about.
Except that
or it has a lower
mutations.
fitness.
Except that mutations are functional.
You're less of a human with mistakes.
No, they don't. You're begging the question.
Brenda, please.
SFT, you're begging the question when you say that mutations degrade.
Because I have sources.
Yes, you are.
and
You're
I
begging the
have
question.
Real-time population geneticists that are admitting
that's a mistake.
Mutations are not absolutely neutral. They must have some effect on genotype, and they are effectively neutral. In terms
I'm
of
saying
fitness, they still will have a subtle effect on fitness that is not good.
SFT, I'm saying that you beg the question when you make a value judgment that mutations are necessarily deleterious.
Well, that's what the scientists said, dude.
They don't say that. That's begging the question.
You want me to read your paper?
Say that.
You want me to read your paper?
Question.
Brenda,
showed you that.
Brenda, should I read you something here? Because your religion seems to be offended right now.
I'm not offended.
Well, you seem to be.
And I don't have a religion, and I'm not offended.
You do.
No, I don't. I don't have a religion, and I'm not offended. I'm simply forcefully emphasizing my point in face of people talking over me like jungle.
Well, you're the one talking.
Magical matter.
Because because SFT is gish galloping.
No, he's
I'm not
presenting
galloping
papers.
because I have already shown you source after source.
You haven't shown anything because you are begging the question.
John, share my screen again.
Trolling,
Share my screen again.
trolling.
Brenda must have had her eyes closed.
Well,
now, Brenda, make sure your eyes are open this time when I show you the sources showing population geneticists admitting that there is a mutation accumulation problem because most mutations are very slightly deleterious. And this is, for example, when you look at Alexei Kondrashov, he's assuming the genome is only 10% functional. Now we have evidence that the genome is 60 to 80% functional. That means we have 80 mutations roughly that are deleterious accumulating from generation to generation, and not 10%, not 10, I should say. How do you deal with that, Brenda?
Are you talking about junk DNA?
Right, the fact that junk DNA has been overturned.
That talking point has been debunked. That creationist talking point.
Brenda,
We're
but
just
you-
head out now,
junk.
guys. SFC, you got this. Can't.
Never was junk.
Okay, how much of the genome, both non-coding and coding, Brenda, do you think is functional?
Yeah, I don't know hardly anything about genetics. What I do know.
Then how are you saying it's been debunked, dude? If you don't have a clue what you're talking about. Dude,
I'll explain it to you.
Hold on,
I'll explain it. You asked me a question. I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead, Brenda. Take your time.
So the point is I don't know much about genetics, but I can perceive bad arguments based on faulty reasoning. And when you beg the question, I don't have to listen to anything else.
Is that
Also,
you?
I know that you have failed to make a valid argument.
You literally
Okay, so the PhDs that I have debated will oftentimes say, oh, you know, max 10%, maybe 15% of the genome is functional. When in fact, we have data, especially from the ENCODE project.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie, and you know it's a lie.
What's
you've
a lie?
been shown.
What's a lie?
You've been
Stop,
shown
stop,
that
stop.
junk DNA. You've been shown that junk DNA is true,
which makes the mutation accumulation problem even worse. But the evolutionary community needs to maintain genomes of junk in order to turn those neutral mutations, okay, that are effectively neutral. They want those junk areas to absorb them, making them absolutely neutral. But now that we know the genome is between 60 to 80% active, that means that the majority of these mutations accumulating are deleterious and puts shelf lives on genomes, and therefore Brenda cannot have her bacteria-like organism turning into a whale over billions and billions of years, since mutations are destructive.
We have the fossil evidence.
Okay, so now you want to go to the fossil evidence. So genetics refutes you. Now you want to go to the fossil
How
evidence.
does genetics refute? Genetics supports the fossil evidence.
No, actually,
You're less of a
genetics
human.
contradicts the fossil evidence, because
No,
the
it
fossil
doesn't.
evidence is a historical reconstruction, and that historical reconstruction is only as good as the empirical data. And the empirical data tells us that mutations destroy and not create, which puts shelf lives on genomes.
Then how is it possible
The fossil record is false.
So that's a circular argument. So I told you before I look at the arguments, right? That was a circular. You made a circular argument.
Refuted an argument, yeah.
Yeah, but it was circular, and all I have to do is point out that you made a circular argument and it's false, right?
Well, the only one-
Because you're assuming, right, that your unique perception of DNA is true. You say therefore these fossils, which we have thousands and thousands of fossils.
We have billions of fossils.
Yes, and therefore they can't be real, because my pet theory about genetics that no other genetics believe must be true. That's your argument.
Dude, you're an idiot,
No, the
dude.
fossil
You're
record is real. But I want to point something out. Similarity does not automatically mean relationship. So when you're looking to the fossil record and you're building these historical reconstructions based on anatomy and morphology, we know today that anatomy and morphology can deceive us, because there's oftentimes more variation within the same species than between species. Therefore, looking at a fossil which has no genetics, there's no way for us to absolutely conclude with full confidence that this is the result of homology or the result of convergent evolution.
Yes, but it's a reasonable inference. It's a reasonable inference to conclude that two animals which look nearly identical, except for maybe a joint here or there, or some slight difference in the fossil evidence. It's a reasonable inference to conclude that they were related.
No, that's your own interpretation.
It's not.
Hold on, dude. That's your own interpretation coming in, and even
Do you think children look like their parents?
Dude.
Do you think children look like their parents?
Can you stop speaking over us?
Do you think children look like their parents?
Can you stop speaking over us? Can you do that? I know you're being a
Do you
Okay, what
think?
we're gonna do? Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna let Brenda finish her thoughts here. Then we're gonna
So-
hand it over to Will. No more interruptions here. Okay, Brenda, go ahead, finish your thoughts. and
So
we're gonna let
do
Will
you
go.
think that children tend to look like their parents?
Okay, go ahead, Will.
Yes.
There you go. That's all I need.
Okay, go ahead, Will. Your turn.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that you're appealing to the fossil record because she admitted that you don't have a clue about genetic. You're like, Erica, you don't know what you're talking about, then you're appealing to something else since you don't know what SFT is saying. Okay,
So I'm
hold
appealing
on,
to.
dude, shut up.
You were done. You paused.
Dude, I've stopped speaking for like 1 second, okay? I know your religion is being offended right now, but you gotta hold on a
I
little
don't
bit.
have a religion.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so
No,
you're
I don't.
scientists. Okay,
Stop saying that.
Okay,
dude,
guys,
shut the
let's-
fuck up, please. Holy crap!
Listen,
Can you
okay,
shut up?
listen, both of you. Okay, listen. Let's deal with the arguments. And right now we're going to start fresh. Let's just deal with the arguments. No attacking each other. No jabs. Okay, so let's just hand it to Will. Will, take your time, respond, then we'll hand it back to Brenda. Equal time.
Well, I was just saying that atheists and their religion are always appealing to, scientists, and they say, well, most scientists believe in evolution, but I want to show you that your own scientists say that there's no fossil record, or they appeal to genetic entropy. They even admitted that mutation are accumulating faster than they're being eliminated by selection. So how do you deal with that fact, Brenda? That mutation.
Of what you said. Are you done?
Yeah, I was just saying that how do you deal with the fact that mutation, according to your own scientists, that mutation are accumulating faster than they're being eliminated by natural selection?
I just read to you why Kondrashov doesn't think what you say he thinks. And SFT said that was a good point.
Okay, let me deal with that. So Alexei Kondrashov acknowledges the problem of very slightly deleterious mutations, but when you read through his papers, he does propose some possible solutions. And Brenda was right. Recombination is one of them. Synergistic epistasis is another one. Synergistic epistasis has actually been looked at thoroughly and doesn't seem to be the answer that Kondrashov was hoping it would be. Recombination is a huge problem because, as I pointed out, we have these massive blocks of DNA. We have these linkage blocks, which essentially are immune to recombination. There's a problem called Muller's ratchet, where you've got all the good mutations and all the bad mutations, which cannot be separated because of these linkage blocks. So we've got these very slightly deleterious mutations that Kondrashov points to, and we have maybe one or two slightly beneficial mutations in the same linkage block. Recombination can't do anything about those because they are linked. So they still build up, and recombination doesn't solve the problem. So last thing I'll say, Kondrashov's proposed mechanisms of recombination and synergistic epistasis don't work. How do you deal with that, Brenda?
Because what you say largely is untrue. Because this epistasis that you're talking about is a well understood concept in genetics, and you're just saying you're just trying to dismiss it, and you're just hand waving it away.
Well,
So
no. I'm looking. Guys,
claim
I
that they
don't want to
make
talk over each
is
other.
false.
Okay, I have
mistake.
a paper. I have multiple papers in front of me where synergistic epistasis, what it is, okay, because we're throwing that term around. A lot of people might not know what it is. Well, if we have a lot of mutations that are deleterious, which these population geneticists acknowledge, okay, as they accumulate, what synergistic epistasis does is amplifies these mutations, amplifies their deleterious effects. And therefore, the intensity of degeneration becomes so great that selection can now act more efficiently. But this fails because all it does is select out localized populations and drive them to extinction, while it does nothing to solve the bigger problem. Therefore, introducing synergistic epistasis actually makes the problem worse because it just drives localized populations into faster extinction. And this has all been verified through numerical simulations. I'm looking at a paper right now. I'm not going to share screen because we're having a dialogue here, but it doesn't work. It's been falsified. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not lying. I have a paper right here, and I'll send it to you.
So you're claiming that synergistic epistasis has been falsified.
synergistic epistasis hasn't been falsified in terms that it doesn't happen. It does happen. Mutations amplify each other's effect. There is a synergistic effect.
So it is
It doesn't
real.
solve genetic
So and it
degeneration.
is so it is accepted by the community.
Synergistic epistasis happens. It's real, but the mechanism fails to halt deleterious mutation accumulation. Is my point.
Yeah. How do I know that that's true?
Because I'm looking at a paper right now. Also, there's been thousands of numerical simulations.
By the way,
to demonstrate that.
what is your degree in?
My degree is from Harvard. I actually have 10 degrees. What about yours?
What is your no? But what is your degree in?
No, that's the truth. Yeah, I've got 10
No,
degrees.
I was asking you what your degree is in.
Brenda, what is Erica?
It's irrelevant to the fact that Brenda.
Is it relevant to genetics?
To the fact here that Brenda has not been able to refute me on recombination.
What is your degree in?
Can I say
synergistic epistasis? I just showed that those escape mechanisms do not work to halt deleterious mutation.
Well, you made claims.
Now,
you made
Brenda
claims.
is committing a red herring.
Hold on a second.
I'm just curious.
Hold on.
I'm just curious because you're
Brenda.
making all these appeals to authority, and you're not an authority.
Brenda, you're being a hypocrite. First of all, you join and say that Erica has debunked SFT. So, what is the degree of Erica for debunking someone?
Has she done it?
Well, you said that she debunked SFT. So what is her
Brenda,
degree?
you've done a better job than Erica. You at least put forth synergistic epistasis, which I've read up upon extensively, and recombination. Yeah, that's what Alexei.
What was your degree in again, SFT? What's your degree in? Do you have any STEM degrees?
Yeah,
I have any STEM degrees.
I have 35 PhDs from Harvard University.
You have 35 PhDs.
Hold on.
You have 35
from Harvard
PhDs?
University.
Yep.
You do not have 35 PhDs.
Brenda,
You're right. I have 50 PhDs from Harvard.
No, you don't.
Brenda,
Why?
answer the question. Answer the question.
What
is
question?
going to halt genetic degeneration now that we know recombination doesn't work and synergistic epistasis?
You just
What's
said
the next
that.
rescue
You
mechanism?
just said that. You
I
didn't
actually
show
have
that.
the data,
Evolutionists
numerical
say things.
simulation.
You just
How
said
about
that. You didn't
explain-
show
okay,
it.
do that. Explain in your own words
Evolutionists make
how
claims.
synergistic epistasis halts genetic degeneration. Explain to us.
Oh, I don't know.
Evolutionists
I told you.
make
I
claims.
told you.
And
Hey,
they're
just a
always
minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. I told you that I pay attention to the logical structure of your arguments, and not necessarily to the content. I don't know the content, but I can't because if you put forth an invalid argument, it doesn't matter what kinds of. Just a minute. Just a minute. Just hold your horses.
Go ahead.
Hold your horses. I told you, I look at the logical structure of your arguments, and so therefore it doesn't matter what cherry-picked data you have or what cherry-picked experts you appeal to. Your argument, if your argument is invalid, it's invalid. Period. End of story.
Listen to this logic. Listen to this logic. Every claim of evolution is always debunked because there is no evolution.
Brother JD,
Well, that's just a claim that you're making, Jungle, and it's false. No, it's not true, Jungle. That's not. You're just saying things. What's your argument, Jungle? What's your argument?
The argument is they make a claim and it's debunked. They make another claim.
That's not an
debunked.
argument. That's
They
not
make
an
another
argument.
claim and it's debunked. I've
That's
been
not an
watching
argument.
this for 50 years of my life, Brenda.
Yes.
Every claim they ever made is always debunked.
Well, you've had it shown to you that you're wrong multiple times over the years. I've seen you shown to be wrong
It's not my
multiple
claim.
times,
It's
but
not
you
my
just
claim of
deny.
evolution.
But what is your argument against evolution, Jungle?
Because they make claims. They made the 98% claim. That was debunked. They made
No, it
the
wasn't.
junk DNA claim. That was debunked.
No, it
Every
wasn't.
claim they ever make is always debunked.
None of that is true. You're not
That
telling
is
the
all
truth.
true.
You
I've seen
saying
it
it's
for
true
40
doesn't
years.
make it true. It's
Okay, let's get
easy
this
to
back on
discover. It's easy to discover this by simply doing simple searches. I can easily discover genetic entropy is debunked. The idea of 98.1% debunked. Junk DNA claims by creationists debunked.
It's always debunked. Keep believing.
Yes,
They
it
haven't
is.
been debunked. So how much
They
of the
have
genome
been.
do you believe is functional, non-coding and protein coding?
Well, whatever the geneticists say.
Okay, so whatever the geneticists say, you're going to blindly believe.
Yes, but I'm not going to blindly. So I don't blind. Jungle, just a second. I don't blindly believe. Jungle, please hold your horses. Standing for Truth says I just blindly believe, and that is false. I don't blindly believe. I take the testimony of experts as being more likely to be true than some internet creationist who thinks the Earth is 10,000 years old.
Their claims that are debunked every time.
JG,
That's not true.
It's their claims that are always debunked every time.
Hold on here, guys.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Jungle, you're just saying the same thing over for 5 minutes. You just said the same sentence.
Because every claim they make is always debunked for 50 years of my life.
Saying it over and over for 10 minutes doesn't make it any
Okay, so
any
you're
more
going to
true.
wait for the next claim and believe the next claim,
You're
and
just
then you'll be
saying
disappointed
things.
again.
You're just saying
You'll
things.
be
I want to
disappointed
ask,
again.
standing
Okay.
for truth, what is your evidence for a young Earth?
So my evidence for a young Earth, I believe, can start in what we're talking about in terms of mutation accumulation as it puts shelf lives on genomes and at least demonstrates a young genome. So how do you refute the evidence for a young genome? If you want evidence for a young Earth itself, well, then we can look to other lines of evidence. But
that doesn't prove that the Earth is young. That doesn't prove the Earth is young. That doesn't do anything for the Earth. What are you talking about?
It demonstrates that the genomes are young, which falsifies.
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So
it doesn't matter.
That
It doesn't
humans
matter.
and chimpanzees are not related, and
So-
it demonstrates that apples and whales aren't related. That's
No, it doesn't.
You, not me.
So you haven't demonstrated that the Earth is young.
Everything was buried by the
the
global
genome
flood
is young.
anyway.
That's enough to show evolution.
But that doesn't show that the Earth is young.
Okay, so you want
It's irrelevant.
If
The
you
genome is young, it's irrelevant. The age of the Earth is irrelevant. The genome is young.
So I Jungle, I'm trying to talk to SFT. So I asked him, just a minute. I asked him for evidence of a young Earth, and he told me that the genomes are young, and that's a non
Young Earth
sequitur.
is irrelevant.
No,
it's important.
Okay, here. I'm going to respond. So
What
I'm
is your
pointing out that
evidence
based-
for a young Earth?
Okay, I'm pointing out, I'm going to give you evidence for a young Earth if you'd like to. Now, I'm pointing out the fact that we can demonstrate a young genome using genetics. Now we can look to another line of evidence to demonstrate that the Earth itself is also young. So if you want to go to that, that's fine. I don't believe
That's what I'm asking you.
Right. But Brenda, just a sec.
There's all
I like
kinds
to
of
deal
proofs.
with each topic one at a time. Now, I know you disagree with what I'm about to say, but I don't believe that you have essentially argued sufficiently against genetic entropy. I think your rescue devices that you look to failed, and that's fine. We can move on to another topic. So if you want to look to evidence for a young Earth, I could look to probably 100 different ways. I'll use something easy. For
100.
example, radiocarbon. So we know, Brendan, I'll get your thoughts on this. We know that carbon decays so rapidly to the point that if we were to say every single atom in the universe was made of carbon, it would all decay within probably about a million years easily, okay? So here's the problem for the evolutionist, is that we know that radiocarbon exists in all sorts of fossils. Radiocarbon is found in diamonds, coal, fossilized wood, and these items are dated to 100 million years or more, hundreds of millions of years, and they come back with detectable levels of radiocarbon. So that limits the age of the Earth, since carbon is found in fossils dated to hundreds of millions of years. So how do you explain that from an old Earth perspective?
So you recall that I examine the logic of your arguments and not the content. So the argument you just gave is guilty of the equivocation fallacy, because you were equivocating between carbon and its isotopes. carbon-14 is an isotope of carbon. Carbon itself is not radioactive and doesn't decay. Radioactive carbon does. So your argument that you just gave is fallacious.
Let her finish.
It's fallacious because you committed a logical fallacy of equivocation between carbon and carbon-14.
No. Okay. So if you're done, I'm gonna respond. So we would all agree that radiocarbon influx. Okay. For example, with carbon-14, it's produced in the atmosphere as a result of cosmic ray bombardment, right?
Yes.
Now here's the thing: the carbon-14 should have decayed. It's exactly why evolutionists don't look to carbon dating when dating rocks that they assume are hundreds of millions of years old, because they know there should not be any carbon-14.
Is it continually produced in the atmosphere?
It's continually produced in the atmosphere, but these fossils, diamonds, for example, they are found so deep within the earth that there should not be any carbon-14 through the cosmic ray bombardment of the atmosphere, because it's buried so deep. Carbon-14 would never get into these fossils in terms of fossilized wood, diamonds, coal, and yet we find very, very high levels of carbon-14, and contamination's been looked at, and these results are repeatable. So how do you address that?
So the point is that carbon-14, the radioactive isotope of carbon, is produced from carbon by bombardment from cosmic rays and is continually produced, right?
In the atmosphere.
And any animal, particularly mammals, take up, just a minute, take up carbon-14 in their bones. And then when they die, they stop taking it up. And so then we can tell that they are no longer at equilibrium. They're no longer at equilibrium with the environment, and we can use that as a clock to measure how long it's been since that animal died. Diamonds are not animals, so we just don't use it for that because it's not an appropriate tool to use in that situation, right?
Dinosaur bones.
Why would we use carbon-14 for that?
The point is, you're looking at
it's biological matter.
No, it's not. You don't even know the basics. No, there's no bone left in a fossilized dinosaur bone. No, there's no bone left. It's mineral.
The point is,
no, they don't. It's mineral. It's not. There's no organic material left.
It used to be biological, anyways.
Yeah.
The point is, all of that carbon-14, all of that carbon-14 should have been done away with in hundreds of millions of years. So
when you say that carbon-14, which carbon-14 do you mean?
Well, you have carbon-14, like you pointed out, when the biological organism dies, it's no longer eating plants.
That's why it's limited to about 40,000 years as far as the clock goes. Right. So they use other methods of radiometric dating, don't they?
Right. But you're not getting the point. They use other methods. Well, real quick. They're using other methods of radioisotope dating, for example, potassium to argon, uranium to lead. Okay, we can go through all of them because they assume the science of carbon-14, okay, and the production of carbon-14 in terms of cosmic ray bombardment in the atmosphere is accurate, and I agree it's accurate, which is why if these fossils, if this oil, this coal, fossilized wood, I've got papers on where they've detected carbon-14. They don't use the carbon dating methods because they assume there should be no carbon-14 detectable. The fact is, when we do measure the levels of carbon-14 in these items that are dated to the evolutionists,
I don't see how that's relevant.
Well, it's relevant because there shouldn't be let's say these dinosaur fossils really were hundreds of millions of years old. There shouldn't be any carbon.
Yeah, they are.
It should be gone because it can only last a few 100,000 years max.
Can samples be contaminated?
Well, contamination's been looked at, and
yes, it's been found. Yeah, well, actually, that would be the inference that you would make, wouldn't it?
Well, no, because they have.
Why not?
Well, because they have through their samples in radiocarbon laboratories, they've subjected all of these samples before they actually carbon-14 date them to repeated brutal treatments. They use strong acids, and they also use bleaches. They use bleaches to rid them all of contaminations. So by the time they use these instruments to test them, they're testing blank samples, and yet they still yield radiocarbon levels.
Yeah, so I don't know about the particulars of any cherry-picked items that you're going to refer to.
Okay.
I would just say that you simply wouldn't use that tool for
Only
that
if you're
subject
assuming-
because you use the appropriate tool for the appropriate subject.
Yeah, but that's
right?
circular. You don't even see the.
No, it isn't. That's not circular.
Yes, it is circular because you're assuming these fossils, you're assuming the diamonds, you're assuming whatever it is being tested are hundreds of millions of years old because of what we know in terms of the science of carbon-14 production.
No, not because of carbon-14.
Test these samples. What do we find? We find C14. It doesn't matter whether it's organic. It doesn't matter whether it's organic or not. The point is there shouldn't be any carbon-14, and yet we find carbon-14 in dinosaur fossils. We find it in coal.
Yeah, it can be contaminated.
I already told you that they have looked at this before
Who's
they test the samples.
Who's they?
The paper I'm looking at is a PhD geophysicist, and he points out that
with the Creationist Institute.
Well, real quick, I'm trying to answer your first question 3 questions ago. So they have subjected these samples, like I said, to brutal treatments. They've used strong acids and bleaches, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And these samples had been repeatedly tested. So it's not just once or twice. They repeatedly tested them, and they still came up with detectable levels of carbon-14. Shouldn't be there. So that limits the age of the Earth to thousands of years old. That answers the question.
Okay,
I don't agree with it, but contamination doesn't work. It's been looked at.
Well, also, real quick, George is in the backstage. Can someone let him in?
Sure.
Can you let him in, SFT?
I think it has to be John.
So we have multiple lines showing that the Earth is at least 4.5 billion years old, and the universe itself is 13.5 billion years old.
Okay,
You
so
haven't given me any evidence for a young Earth. No, you didn't. You have to give me positive evidence, not negative. You have to give me positive.
14.
That's not positive evidence for a young Earth.
It limits the age of the Earth to thousands of years old.
No, it doesn't.
And it's only
take a
one
single
proof.
cell-like ancestor into a whale in just thousands of years? Of course not.
I'm not talking about evolution. I'm talking about physics
Your
here.
God, it's like a pacifier. When I remove time, it's like removing a pacifier from a baby's mouth. You start to cry.
So you haven't
to take your fish to fishermen. I have given you a line of
No, you
evidence.
haven't.
The
You
fact
didn't
that we
give me
find
positive.
C14 The fact that we find C14 in all of these samples that evolutionists
No, it
say
doesn't.
are hundreds of millions of years old. They say diamonds are billions of years old, and yet there's detectable levels of C14 that destroys deep time. And now you're trying to run to another argument. Well, we have these other lines of evidence. That's all it takes is one to limit the age of the Earth, and that's it. You're done. I've removed the pacifier.
So you want another evidence of a young Earth?
Yeah, you want another one? Are you going to concede that one? So now we've demonstrated a young genome through mutation accumulation. We've demonstrated a young Earth with the carbon-14 argument. I can look to helium and zircon crystals. Helium is incredibly slippery. Why do we find helium in zircon crystals that evolutionists date to billions of years?
See, these are just whataboutisms. You need to provide positive evidence.
Come on. You wanted evidence.
This isn't evidence.
Evidence for a young
It's
Earth.
not evidence. Evidence.
We're giving you the evidence for a young Earth.
You need to provide positive evidence for your claim that the Earth is young. I have positive evidence that the Earth is old.
I'm actually looking at a paper. I'm actually looking at a paper from secularists, okay, where they point to a possible argument a possible solution in explaining away the C14 in these samples, because they even admit that contamination is not a good solution. And what they say, okay, not young Earth creationists, they say that there's other nuclear material down where, okay, this is specifically to diamonds. They say there is other nuclear material down where diamonds are, deep within the Earth, that can recharge the C14. So that's a better argument than you're looking to. Your argument of contamination is even laughed at by the secular scientists, Brenda.
Oops.
Safety, you're not reading
So
the
can
paper,
so can
right?
instrumental background affect carbon 14 readings?
Well, that's the whole point of bleaching and subjecting the samples to brutal treatments, that you're going to have a blank sample. Therefore, whatever you find in terms of
Instrument
C14 has to
background.
be intrinsic to the sample. For example, diamonds.
So instrument background, which is differences in ion sources, beamline components, mass separation techniques, and detectors, will cause the instrument background to vary significantly from laboratory to laboratory. This is speaking specifically about your diamond example.
Right. That's why they got to repeat the experiment.
That's why they repeat the experiment.
Still find detectable levels. So why don't we go to
So laboratory contamination and instrument background can also vary with time. At a single laboratory, many unexpected sources can introduce additional contamination. Thus, frequent characterizations of the measurement background are necessary. Most straightforward approach is to obtain radioactive, radiocarbon-free material similar to those unknown. So
that's why they repeat the
here's
test.
Yeah, here's the problem with that is they have found radiocarbon that was over 10 times the detection level. Okay, so once they subjected these samples to strong acids and brutal treatments to get a blank sample, what they still found was detectable.
Yeah, so that's possible.
10 times over. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
So
that's possible through the contamination in the laboratory, in the field, and instrument background differences. So you haven't done anything to refute the positive evidence for an old Earth, which is the most obvious one is that there are light from stars that is billions of years away.
That's the only one you got. And
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. And the other evidence would simply be the other radioactive means of determining the age of things, right?
Okay,
if they were deposited in consecutive layers, they shouldn't be different ages than they are.
What?
The sediment layers should be all the same ages because
what are you talking about?
They were all deposited the same year, so they should be all the same ages.
What are you talking about, sediment? Ages. I don't know what you're talking about, sediment.
Sediment layers. You know what sediment layers are, right?
In a river?
Sediment layers. They
in a river?
At different ages, they're all deposited at the same time.
What are you talking about?
The sediment layers.
What sediment layers? That's what I'm asking you.
The sediment layers all over the world that all the continents are made up of.
No, they're not all sediment layers.
They're all water deposited. They're all deposited at the same time,
they're not.
And they come up with different dates, so they're wrong.
No, a lot of it is volcanic rock.
No, that's different. That's irrelevant.
Is granite granite is not a sedimentary rock?
Volcanic rock is irrelevant. That's
no, it is relevant. You said it's all sediment, and it's not.
I'm not talking about volcanic rock. I'm talking about sediment layers.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, they come up with different dates for the same sediment layers deposited at the same time, one on top of the other.
Well, how do you know they're deposited at the same time?
Well, here's the biggest problem. If you want to go, okay, let's just stick with the dating methods, the radioisotope dating methods.
Well, let's just stick with you providing positive evidence for a young Earth.
Well, I would assert, okay, it is my position that the carbon-14 argument does limit the age of the Earth.
That's disagree. Negative evidence.
Listen, you disagree. That's
it's
fine.
Not a disagreement. It's a fact. It's negative evidence.
We explained it over and over again.
Any more than thousands of years old for the fact
Prove
that we
it.
find C14 detectable levels in samples that evolutionists say are hundreds of millions of years
It doesn't
old.
prove the Earth is that old. It doesn't prove that the Earth is that young. I mean, that doesn't prove it.
It's a limiting
It
factor.
does, but you just
No,
didn't
it
understand
doesn't.
it. Okay.
Okay, here, listen.
I've already given you the reasons why. It's due to instrument background, laboratory contamination, and other kinds of contamination.
It's been repeated, and these samples have been looked at thoroughly and subjected to brutal treatments. Now, I don't want you to slap it around. So let's go to your other radioisotope dating methods like potassium argon. Now, here's the problem. When samples are actually collected from recent volcanic eruptions and dated using these dating methods, potassium argon, for example, what they find is dates that yield millions and millions of years old, even though these rocks just formed today in known human history. So why should we trust dates from rocks of unknown age if we can't even get reliable dates of rocks of known age? Can you explain that to me?
Well, because you're using a tool incorrectly, and doing so is why you get incorrect results. Would you shut the fuck up, Jungle?
It doesn't work,
Stop
obviously.
fucking interrupting me, you fucking piece of shit.
Okay, let's allow Brenda to talk, and then we'll let JJ go. And I think we're going to start winding it down anyways. Go ahead, Brenda.
Using a tool incorrectly doesn't prove that the tool is a bad tool.
Okay, go ahead, Jungle.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't work because you're coming up with different dates for known events and incorrect dates for known events, so it's not even working.
All right. Well, listen, it's been nice. I've moderated a couple-hour debate tonight with Matt Slick. Been on this after show for a while, and it's 3 a.m. for me, so I got to get some sleep. Good talk.
Why are there stars that are millions of light years away?
Are you familiar with gravitational time dilation?
Yes, I am, and there's no gravitational source strong enough to make that much of a difference.
Can you iterate gravitational time dilation to the audience?
So gravity can sources close. So if you're closer to the Earth, time passes slower for you.
Right.
The closer you are to a strong. So there's no there are not black holes everywhere. Right? We can detect black holes, but they're not everywhere, and they're not every star, are they?
For gravitational time dilation, I'm referring to the model of Russell Humphreys.
I don't know who he is. I would prefer to go by what Einstein said, because I think he knows better. And the point there is time passes slower, closer to a strong gravitational source. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, listen, we're gonna have to end it here now.
You already said your statement.
No more swearing, and let's just
speed do. What does speed do to the time?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What does speed do to the time dilation?
What are you talking about? Light travels at the speed of light. You moron.
Yeah, right. So what does that do to the time?
Light travels always at the speed of light. Moron. Be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about.
So what
you sound like a third grader. You sound like a flat earther.
What does that do to the time dilation? Can you answer me?
Time dilation is something experienced by not by light. It's experienced by us. Objects with mass close to another object of gravitation.
Why doesn't light experience time?
Because it's massless, you buffoon.
No, because of the speed it's going.
No, it's not. It's because because of the speed, because it's traveling at the speed of light.
Okay.
Does anything else travel at the speed of light, buffoon?
No.
There you go. So it's irrelevant, isn't it?
You're not seeing what the reality of the speed of light is. The speed of the light, a photon arrives instantly.
No, it doesn't.
But you're not seeing what the reality is as far as the photon.
Photons don't travel instantly, Django.
It hits your eye instantly because it
doesn't.
There's no time.
Light takes time and photons take time to travel from one place to another.
No, that's you take time to see them arrive.
The photon doesn't experience time, but it takes time. It takes time. Jungle, you're an idiot.
You are in a dilation of time and space. You see things take time, but the photon doesn't take time to arrive.
Who cares?
Oh, now you don't care. Okay.
Yeah. Are you a flat earther, Jungle? Are you a flat earther?
See?
See what?
The
See what?
photon takes no time to arrive, but you see it take time to arrive.
Yeah. So what?
So you are in a fabrication of dilated time and distance where you see light
That's
take
just
time
word
to arrive.
salad. Those are words that you read somewhere, Jungle.
It's arriving instantly.
It's not arriving instantly.
Oh, so you disagree with Einstein?
No, I agree with Einstein. Light has a finite speed, right? Right, Jungle? Light has a finite speed.
Yeah, yeah, for you to see it, yeah.
Light has a finite speed, correct?
What? No, not for the photon.
I didn't say for the photon. I said for us.
Okay. So the photon actually arrives instantly. You just see it take time to arrive.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't arrive instantly. It takes time.
No.
You're an imbecile. You're an imbecile.
Because
Jungle.
if it's traveling
You're
at the speed of light, that means it takes no time to travel no distance because it's already there.
No, that's not how anything works.
That's how it works. If it's traveling at the speed of light,
this is word salad.
If it travels at the speed of light, it doesn't experience time. There is no time that passes by. It's already there. And there's no distance for it either.
Okay.
But because you are in a dilation of time and distance.
This is just word salad.
You see it
Jungle,
take time
these
to
are
arrive.
words that you read
When in
somewhere
fact,
and you think
it's
they make you
arriving-
sound smart, but they don't.
It's arriving instantly. No, it is actually
No,
arriving
these are
instantly.
words that you picked up somewhere, and you just repeat them because you think it makes you sound smart. But you're not. You're one of the dumbest people on the internet.
Oh yeah?
Yes, you are.
Why can't you give me a rational argument then? Why
I
can't you
did.
give me a reasonable?
I just did.
And which was what?
Time. I mean, light has a finite speed, right?
For you to see it arrive.
No, light has a finite speed for everybody except for light. I agree that light doesn't experience time.
So the
but
light
that's
actually
irrelevant.
arrives. So the light actually arrives instantly, but you see it take time to arrive.
It doesn't arrive instantly. It never arrives.
It does actually.
It was
arrive
always
instantly.
it was always there, wasn't it?
No, not. It has to leave the star first.
No, it can't. How can light leave a star if it was always there?
That's why there is a speed of light, because if it went faster than the speed of light, that means it would arrive before it left the star.
But according to you, according to the light, it never left anywhere. It was always where it is.
No, as soon as it leaves, it arrives.
But it can't leave because it's already there.
No.
Yes, you said it's instant.
Because
You
it
said it's
arrives
instant.
instantly. Because
Yeah,
the
but
photon arrives instantly, and because you're in a dilation of time and distance, you see it take time to arrive. You actually see the photon take time to arrive.
Yes, I understand
Because
that.
you're in
But
a
Jungle,
you
does
are in a
the
dilation
photon
of time and distance.
Jungle,
But
does the photon
actually arrived instantly.
Jungle? Right. So is there a time before that instant?
No, it's irrelevant.
Is there
It
time
takes-
before the
takes
instant?
No time. It takes no time for the photon
Right.
to arrive.
So there's no time before that, is there?
What do you mean there's no time before that?
There's no
You're
time
in a
before
dilation of time.
Just listen carefully. Listen carefully, Jungle.
You see things takes time to arrive.
Jungle. Light travels instantly, correct?
For the photon.
Yeah. So is there a before instantaneous time.
Well, there's a time it leaves and a time it
But
arrives. But
those
it
are-
arrives as soon as it leaves.
So you're saying there's a time when it leaves and a time when it arrives, and yet you're
Which
saying
is the same time.
But
which is
does
instantly.
the photon experience time?
No.
So how can there be a time when it leaves and a time when it arrives?
Because it was emitted.
But
It is
how
the
can there be
it
a
was
time?
The time it was emitted is the time it arrives.
So it's the same time.
Instantly.
Right. So
Because
no
it
time.
experiences no time.
Right. So there is
and no
so
distance.
That's right. No time and no distance. Therefore, it doesn't leave.
Therefore,
It was always
arrives
it was
instantly.
always at its origin and at its destination, right?
No.
What do you mean no?
It was emitted. It was emitted.
It was emitted? But you said it doesn't take any time. There's no time and no distance.
Yeah. When it's emitted, it arrives.
But what do you mean when? How can there be a when?
Because we're in dilated time and distance.
No, not us, the
we
photon.
See things
Not
take
us,
time
the
to
photon.
arrive, and we see light take time to arrive. We see different frequencies of light.
Yes, we do, but we're talking
Yeah.
about the photon. The photon doesn't experience time or distance. So
That's
there
why it
was no
arrives
time. There was no time when it was emitted, and there was no time when it
There
arrived.
was a time, yeah.
There wasn't.
It was in a star with mass.
But it wasn't because it was
an
at the
electron.
destination.
It was an electron inside of a star that has mass, whirling
That's not what a
around
photon
inside.
isn't an
In a
electron.
probability. It was in a probability inside the sun.
These are words that you heard that you're repeating now because
And
you're panicking.
As soon as it was emitted, as soon as it was released from that orbit, then it arrives.
So there was
And
a
you-
before. How
and
can there
since
be
you
a
are
something? How can there be something before something that happens instantly?
Because it wasn't emitted yet. It was
So
still.
there is time.
was
So there
still
is time.
inside-
Is there time or not time as
It
far
was
as the
still
photon?
because a photon adds mass to the atom. It
So
was
does the
still
photon
mass.
experience time or not?
Listen to me. It was still mass inside the sun, but as soon as it
That's
was
not-
released,
A photon isn't
became
mass.
massless. As soon as it was released, it became massless and
No.
arrived instantly.
That's not how things work, Jungle. Photons
No.
don't have mass.
The photon does increase the mass of an atom.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
but it doesn't have mass.
No, but when it's absorbed into an atom, yes, it does increase the mass.
But
of
when
the
it's absorbed, it's not there anymore. It's gone.
It was mass.
It's destroyed.
It was massive. It was part of the mass. It was.
It
part
was
of the
mass? So photons are mass?
It increases. No, it increases the mass of the atom. So
Yeah,
it was.
but it's
part
not
of the
mass. A photon isn't mass,
It's a
Jungle.
probability. Because it's a probability.
A
It
photon
increases
isn't
the
probability
mass.
either, Jungle.
It
Photons
increases,
aren't
yes.
probability.
It increases the mass. The photon increases the
Photons
mass.
don't
of
have
the
mass.
atom. So
Photons don't have mass, Jungle.
it increases the mass.
But
The
they
photon
don't have
increases
mass.
the mass of the atom.
But they don't have mass. So it's not Jungle.
When it's in an orbit,
It's
in
not-
an orbit, it
photons
adds to the
don't.
mass. It adds to the mass of the atom when it's absorbed in. When it's released, it becomes massless.
So Jungle, photons don't orbit atoms.
It's the probability where it's at.
No, that's
It's
just
like
another
an orbit,
word
but
that
it's-
you're using that you think makes you sound smart.
No, it's-
Photons don't orbit atoms. They don't
But
have
it,
mass.
But it does,
They are
It does
created.
increase the mass of an
No, they-
electron, of an atom.
The
It increases
energy-
the mass of an atom.
That's wrong.
So if it's part of the mass of the sun, so it
That's-
increases the mass of the sun. Once it's released, the mass of the sun loses mass, and the photon becomes
I understand.
massless.
I understand this,
Then
Jungle.
it arrives instantly, and you see it take time to rise because you're still massive.
So I understand. I know this. Photons carry away energy, and energy is mass. So photons gradually carry.
No, but the photon is massless.
I know it has energy, though. Energy is mass.
Because there's a rest mass and there's a moving mass too.
Yeah. I know all that.
Right. Okay.
So the photon
you
gets
should know
created. So Jungle, the photon gets created. It doesn't exist before it gets created.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. And so it doesn't experience time.
It's massive. When it's created, it doesn't experience time.
When you said it's massive, photons don't have mass.
It adds to the mass of the atom.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
No, the photon
doesn't exist.
When it's absorbed by the atom, it increases the mass of the atom. When it's released, the atom loses mass. When it's emitted.
Jungle, when the photon is absorbed, it's destroyed. The energy that the photon had adds to the mass because energy is mass. What do you mean, whatever? What do you mean, whatever?
It increases
just
the
whatever?
Mass.
It's just whatever bullshit you can pull out of your ass?
When it's emitted, the atom loses mass.
When a photon is emitted, that's when it's created. It didn't exist before it's emitted.
That's when it's created, and that's when the atom loses mass.
Right, because it carries away energy.
Right.
But it doesn't exist before.
That's what a photon is it's a packet of energy, but it's massless when it's moving. So when it's massless, it arrives instantly. So as soon as it leaves the star, it hits your eye. So as soon as the photon
it
leaves the star, it hits your eye instantly.
From its point of view, but not from its point of view, not from our point of view. Run away.